Dude, I love the autocorrect. Hello, bums. Yes, that's me. I'm a bum. 100% can confirm. DGS Clutch. I'm gonna call you Clutch. All right. It says, "Hi Nims, I've been a huge fan of you for a long time. When do you think you'll upload to YouTube again?" Well, first, thanks for the kind words, man. I appreciate it. Two, man, it's such a complicated question. I want to. I have a lot of ideas that I'm really excited for. I definitely think, especially if you look at, I definitely think that YouTube is still a viable path for me. Like, it's still a really good idea. Look at the tree farm and look at how well the tree farm did. Almost 1 million views. Basically everyone that plays Minecraft has seen the tree farm. Like, everyone that plays Minecraft and watches YouTube videos about Minecraft. How is D&D? We'll talk about that in a minute. So, like, clearly, like, just to speak very plainly, clearly I'm still relevant. Clearly, the ideas that I have are still good ideas. And the things that I can contribute, people still care about. So cool. I'm not becoming like an old, like, I'm not being like an okay boomer sort of thing, like, let me show you how to do this very basic thing. I don't know. That's not fair. Let me show you how it was back in my day. Stay a while and listen. Like, I'm still relevant. Okay, so that's one of the biggest, most important things whenever we're talking about like a social media platform, yeah? So clearly there's still life. Clearly there's still something. And, like, I have more ideas, and Minecraft is clearly still growing, and there are new interesting things happening. I mean, in 1.15, we have beehives, and I'd make a strong argument that I have one of the most usable, and here, we could just turn the stream on. I have one of the most usable and effective bee farms out there, and this is something that was just added to the game. Mine won't ever break, and you can use it like half a dozen different ways, and all of the flaws that all the other bee farms have, mine just doesn't have. So I need to make a bee farm or a honey farm video. There's also a bunch of with the villager breeder changes and the villager AI changes. Yo, I have an insane iron golem farm, and there's a lot of iron golem farms out there that are really complicated to build, that just don't work very well. They don't have very good rates. Every light on this storage system represents a double chest. So this is completely full. You know, we'll just look at how full this storage is. So that's gonna be full. That's gonna be full. You know, and there's just hoppers for days, and see, that double chest's full, that double chest's full. I can't, yeah, that double chest is full. I accidentally just picked some up. Like, it's completely full. I have iron despawning. It's so full. So, like, clearly I have a very good iron golem farm, and it's only this big. Like, this little T shape, this kind of Squidward looking shape, that's it. This is the entirety of the iron golem farm. This thing right here. Yeah. I'm like, I built the pumpkin melon farm right next to it. Anyway, so like, we could make a pumpkin, or excuse me, we could make an iron golem farm tutorial. We could clearly make a honey farm tutorial. With how villagers changed, we need to make a new villager breeder tutorial. I don't know if you saw the Mumbo Jumbo video where he tries to build somebody else's villager breeder, and it breaks, and then he has witches everywhere, and blah blah blah. It's because that villager breeder was a garbage villager breeder and should have never been built. Shots fired. I don't care. That content creator should be ashamed of themselves. Ugh. So, I mean, I have at least 3 designs just outright ready to go. Even more than that, like, I have some small nifty designs that... Oh, okay. That's why my computer was kind of stuttery. It was running a Windows virus protection thing. Nice, Windows. Could you not do that while I'm streaming? Is there a way to change when that happens? Like, make that happen on, like, I don't know, a Tuesday night at, or excuse me, a Tuesday morning at like 3 a.m. blah. So anyway, I have all these really cool ideas. I have all these things that I want to do. I have all these things I want to make and show you guys and teach you how to build, which would all make for really cool and really interesting YouTube content. But somewhere in my brain, there's like a disconnect. I don't have motivation. Like the idea of sitting down and then figuring out the sequence that I want to present the information in. So like we have to talk about opening shots, and then I have to create some sort of hook. I have to say, you know what, I think after trying this out for 2 days, where is it? Main hand right. I think it's just too jarring. I think that it just weirds more people out. And even though I'm trying to be accessible, I think it's not. It's alright. Anyway. Whenever I sit down and I'm like, okay, so our opening shot is going to be this thing. And then the words that I say while we're in the opening shot need to be, and then I need to write out a script. Right? And then the next 3 shots are all going to be B-roll. And while we do this B-roll, we're going to be talking about this. So that way the B-roll must be suitable for the words that I'm saying here. And then, okay, now I need to teach people how to build it. So now I need to build it literally like 100 times. So that way I can then build it on camera very cleanly once. And then while I'm doing all of that, I either need to voice over it on the fly, or I need to voice over it in post. Either way, I need to have a script, and I need to get a very concise timing, because YouTube is kind of a cleaner platform now. It's much more professional than it used to be in, say, like 2012, right? So nobody really has the patience. If I'm just sitting there bumbling and I'm like, let me, first we're gonna take some, hang on, let me open my inventory real quick. We need, wait, not stone bricks, we need granite, and then we're gonna take, 3 blocks of granite. Dude, that would be the worst tutorial video ever. Nobody would watch that. So in addition to scripting and writing and sequencing and, it's all so, and like the motivation, the love that I had for that is no longer high enough to supersede how mind-numbingly tedious it is. And again, being honest, because it's a job, the revenue from doing it, the money, isn't high enough to supersede the mind-numbing tedium. So I want to. I really like building cool stuff in Minecraft. I really enjoy it. But the process of turning that cool stuff into a video, I do not enjoy. And the rewards for doing so, whether it be the community interaction, the dollars, the everything else, aren't high enough in my mind to justify it. I don't know. And like, being honest, the rewards actually are high enough. Looking back and thinking about the number of hours that I put into the tree farm, and thus the tree farm video, and I'm not going to talk about the design process of the tree farm, because I enjoyed that. I would do that casually, even with it not being a job. So the turning it into a job part is making the video. So the making the video of the tree farm, probably 50 to 100 hours. That's probably, like, if I was an independent contractor, that's what I would bill. And the tree farm, here, we can, I'm just gonna speak very plainly with you. Let's take a look at my studio real quick. Analytics for the tree farm to date has made $1,100. $1,100, and that's before taxes. So drop 20 to 30% of that for taxes to get a comparable rate for what you would receive in a paycheck. So I said I would probably bill 50 to 100 hours for the process of turning it into a video, for turning the design into a video. I'm making $1,100. Let's say that we bill, I don't know, 50 to 100. Say that we bill 70 hours for it. You take $1,100 and then you bill 70 hours. So let's pull up our calculator. $1,100 divided by 70 hours. I made $15 an hour. Basically, right? So like, yeah, that's worth it. But this is like literally our best case scenario. Like literally the best case scenario. Let's look at a different video. Another video that we posted recently at about the same time, right? The fishing farm we posted immediately after the tree farm. The analytics of the tree farm year to date has made $28. $28. And that's, excuse me, that's not year to date. That's lifetime. $28. The fishing farm was a considerably less complicated build and therefore took considerably less time to convert into something that's consumable. So instead of billing 70 hours, I would think that I would bill, I don't know, like 20 to 30 hours for the fishing farm. I made $1 an hour. There's no way, living in the United States of America, I can live off of $1 an hour. And so that's kind of the point. So if every video hit like the tree farm video did, then yeah, I'd be fine. $15 an hour. It's more than minimum wage, but speaking honest, $15 an hour is what minimum wage should be in the United States. Ish. Maybe it's a hair above what minimum wage should be. IMO minimum wage should be like $12 an hour, but you know, that's neither here nor there. It's a hypothetical number that doesn't really matter. So I would say, and I'm not including playtime there. If we included the time that I actually spent building and designing these things in Minecraft, which I'm not including at all, each one of these things is going to go up by hundreds of hours. Because, I mean, I don't just sit there and, you know, the design has to come from somewhere. I have to spend hours building it, figuring out mechanics, doing research, prototyping, rebuilding it. Like, this is not, I've showed this before, but the tree farm, which is kind of right here, it took me literally like a year to figure out that tree farm. Literally hundreds of hours into just designing the tree farm. And if we were to, you know, thinking I'm a contractor and I was trying to bill some sort of employer or some sort of corporation come up with these things. If we were to bill a corporation for the design process, dude, for the tree farm, I'd be billing 500 hours and then plus the 70 hours to turn it into something that can be consumed. So 570 hours? It's just absurd, right? Now, again, I am trying to keep this in perspective, and I'm not entirely representing this perfectly, because we also have to think about the snowball effect that is internet-based consumption. So, yes, the tree farm only made $1,100. Yeah, $1,100 since published. Yeah, you can see that right there. 1113, $1,100 for 967,000 views. So just shy of 1 million views. Which, by the way, you can use this to figure out how much. Basically, 1 million views is about a little over $1,000. So go look at anybody that gets like 10 million views on every video, and then they post like 5 videos a week. That person's making like some absurd amount of money, right? Anyway. So like, looking at the fishing farm, it only made $28. So this is kind of the issue that I have at $28 for 19,000 views. So this is kind of the disconnect that I have with YouTube is, excuse you, in order to, I hit the wrong button, in order to be relevant, to be profitable, I have to hit relatively big. Otherwise, it's like, it doesn't even pay for the electricity to run my computer to design the things. Now, the only thing I would say, I'm being a little bit disingenuous here. How much is one view? It's not measured per one view, it's measured per 1,000 views, and 1,000 views is a little over $1. Call it like 1,000 views is worth $1.20. So, and this is, fuck, I can't remember what it's called. CPM. That's what it is. Which stands for cost per, and then M being the Roman numeral for 1,000. So cost per 1,000 is CPM. So you measure the stuff as one, so it'd be like $1.20 CPM, right? And so then you get 10K views, and then you say that's 10 times 1.2, right? And that's literally how many dollars you made. So you made $10.20 off of your 10,000 views. Right. And this is a little bit disingenuous as well. These are, how do I say? It's so much more nuanced than this. I'm giving you a short version because CPMs are actually much higher. CPMs are more like $3. Is more like what a real CPM is. But this CPM isn't just cost per 1,000 views. CPM is cost per ad impression, is what it actually is. So it's cost per 1,000 ad impressions. But not every video gets an ad impression. Not everybody that watches a video sees an ad. So getting rid of all the people that watched somebody else's video and then quickly clicked off and came to my video, they're not going to see an ad on my video. They saw an ad on the previous dude's video. Considering all of the people that are using ad blocks, those guys don't make me money. So whenever you factor out all of those people, the CPM, the real world CPM, the cost per view, not cost per ad impression, but the cost per view is about $1.20 per 1,000 views. So I'm shortcutting it a little bit, sure, but the math holds up. It's a shortcut. It's like napkin math, but it's still very accurate. And then the other issue, and the other thing that I'm not being completely honest about, is the snowball effect. So let's say I have a video like the tree farm that does very, very, very well. So it gets, you know, 987,000 views, whatever, 976,000 views, right? Well, off of that video, and we can take a look at this. Analytics. Let's see, can I see specifically my subscribers? Okay, cool. Yeah, we can. Let me make sure before I show you this that there's no sensitive information. Okay. Yeah, sweet. Okay. I don't think that there's any sensitive information on here, so we can look at it. This is the number of subscribers gained. You can see here that whenever I posted the tree farm, there was a spike. And there was a spike so large that and that we're looking at the last 365 days. There was a spike so large that it flattened the rest of my chart. How much is one view? I mean, Echo, if you're, again, we don't look at cost per one view, we look at cost per 1,000 views. But if you say, depending on which metric you would like to use, you could say the shorthand metric is $1.20 per 1,000 per 1K views, or $3 per 1K ad views, right? And so you should just be able to divide that against itself. So you could say that 0.0, so if this is dollars per view, so it'd be 0.1/10 of 1 cent is what a single view is worth. So not even a penny. 1/10 of a penny is what one ad view, or what one view is worth. And if you then go for ad views per view, so then that's what 1/3 of a penny is what one ad view is. So you watch 3 ads equals a penny. So the only thing that I'm kind of withholding and maybe not representing fairly is this, is the subscriptions gained. And then the, I don't know if I can see, like, watch time. Let's see, more metrics. More metrics. Views. Go to views. Interestingly, why is it still showing by subscription status? Oh, because I'm in the subscription thing. I want to see views by overall. Here, we can just, like... I want to see views overall. I don't want views by video. Hang on. Let me hide this real quick, because there is sensitive information inside here. Sometimes my address pops up because tax reasons. I want to see, like, daily views on my channel. I don't want views by video. I want views by channel. This is miserable. They keep changing stuff here. This makes me so annoyed. Maybe this can do it. The curve is so flat that it's really hard to... Yeah, see, it's so flat that you can't really make much out of it. So the point that I was gonna try to make is that, so we clearly can see where the tree farm was posted and how well the tree farm did, right? The point that I was going to try to make is, like, looking at this before. This is views by traffic source. YouTube search is really the big one that we want to be looking at. And it didn't really change. Usually if you get a big video like this, when you get a really big video like this, you would normally see your views go up across the board, because it's a snowball effect. As soon as you have one thing do well, you get more eyes on your channel, you get more subscribers, which then makes the next video do a little bit better, and then each video builds up, and you keep growing, and you get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? But we're actually not seeing that. These stats and these stats are very comparable. So, and that's the only reason that you would make more YouTube videos, is you're believing in the snowball effect. You believe that each video you post is going to make you bigger. And that eventually it will be worth your time. Because that's, like, if you are looking at it analytically, it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all until, I mean, it depends. A lot of it depends on the type of content that you make and the amount of effort that goes into them. Like, the number of billable hours. If a single video costs you 300 hours but only makes you $5, well then, dude, your ratio's off. But if, it only takes you a minute to make a video and then you make $5, well, dude, you're fine. Okay, we've got stuff to do today. So, like, I don't know, that's the sort of disconnect that I'm having. It doesn't feel worth my time. It doesn't feel worth anything. The nice things that used to have, it just doesn't feel right anymore. Papa Dugan says, gotta pump up the videos that you make, that's the answer. It's not the answer. I mean, I don't know if you're just memeing or trying to be supportive, but it's not just the answer, because you have to believe in the system, And belief alone isn't it. It's only the answer if you are capable of making it there. And I don't know, maybe now we can have a different conversation. Maybe you believe that I'm capable of making it there. So before we go into this conversation, you have to accept that is just the truth of making internet videos. That's it. It is not worth your time or money until you are critical mass and you are the snowball is rolling very hard. And that you just have to accept that as truth. At least from like a monetary lifestyle perspective. If you're just doing it for fun, obviously this is irrelevant. If it's a hobby and not a job, then everything that we're talking about is irrelevant. So you just have to accept that as a truth. So now that you accept that as a truth, then we have to have the conversation of you have to be good enough. And you don't just have to be good at one thing. You can't just be good, like, let's say I'm really good at making Minecraft builds, right? Well, it's not just being good at making Minecraft builds. If that's all I was good at, then I would be, and if I was bad at YouTube, then I would never make it. So I have to be good at not just the content that I want to produce, but I also have to be good at producing content. So I have to be good at making videos. I have to be good at social media. I have to be good at search engine optimization. I have to be good at graphic design. I have to be good at videography. I have to be good. The list goes on and on and on and on and on, right? So, and then we've established that you have, and you don't have to be good at all of them, but you do have to be good at enough of them. Okay? And even that isn't enough. There's a wild X factor. It's the internet, dude. What the internet likes and what the internet doesn't like is a whole career path. Like, it's advertising. That's literally it. Companies spend literally billions of dollars to learn what the internet wants and what, like, the public, the populace, the masses want. So even if you're good at all of those things, you're still not guaranteed. Okay, cool. So now you start to see the problem. Is then it relies on belief. You have to have an overwhelming belief in yourself that you are good, proficient at enough of those things to make content that that is watchable. I don't even want to say that people would want to watch, but is watchable. And then that watchable content needs to be things that people are actually interested in and actually searching for. And knowing what people are interested in and what people are searching for is very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult. And then you have to be confident that you can maintain that level of relevancy for a long enough period of time for the snowball effect to carry you to viability. And that's just a belief. You could prove that you're good at making content. You could prove that you're knowledgeable of your subject. You could prove to be a good entertainer. You could also prove that that the content that you are making is relevant to the masses. But can you do all of those things for long enough for the snowball effect to work its magic? And so now this then leads into another conversation of, I don't know if I believe in myself that much, Chaoro. I don't know if I do. And maybe that's a whole... What is it? Did 2,500 bits from Eyebrow. I don't know what happened to the sound alert. Cheer 2,500 bits. That's $25 freaking dollars, dude. We believe in your content. You would not have a viewer base if we did not believe in your content. You're the best application redstoner out there. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Eyebrows, and the $25 reduce, which cost him way more than that because they're bits, right? So it's probably more like $35. I'm gonna call it $35. The 35 freaking dollars, dude, is super freaking generous. Thank you very much, man. You're freaking amazing. And like, I'm still just blown away while we're on the subject. Already, Al, 61 subs yesterday. 61 times 5, that is $305 that dude just dropped in the stream. $305, just like sprinkle. Have a good April, my dude. Wait, it was April 1st. Was it an April Fool's Day? Are those gonna get charged back? No! I need to build, the goals for today is to build this bamboo farm in this fashion on the other side. Cheer 2,500 again and stay hydrated. Okay, what's going on with my Streamlabs? Hang on. Is there no login? What happened to the notification noise? Alert box. What are you doing to me, dude? Bits. But it's not making that noise. Alert variations. This is a test bit alert. It's not making noise. But why? I'm so confused.
Look at the size of that thing.
Christopher with $100 freaking dollars, dude. Have a good meal on me. Dude, I live in the Midwest. The cost of living is super cheap. That's like 3 good meals. Kansas City is known for some of the best barbecue in the freaking world. I'm not gonna argue if it is the best, but nobody can deny that Kansas City is known for its world famous barbecue. I'm not gonna, I personally believe it's the best, but you know, I'm from Kansas City and therefore, and like, how good is my sample size? If I grew up in Kansas City, then I've had barbecue hundreds and hundreds of times, but how many times have I had like Texas dry rub barbecue? Very, very few times, like a handful of times. Anyway, Kansas City, world famous barbecue. $100 is like 4 budget friendly servings of barbecue and like 3 mid-level barbecues. And I'm not just talking for one person. I'm talking like a plate of food is $15. And again, Midwest, our sample sizes are enormous. Have you seen the people in the Midwest? We're all gigantic. Oh, so $100 freaking, man. What is that? Eyebrows back to back with $50, and then Christopher with 100. I'm almost done fixing the bits here. Hopefully this does it, and then I'm gonna try to resend eyebrows bit thing. Hey, okay, we got it fixed. Let's see. I need dirt still. Okay, I'm super far behind up in chat. You guys, I don't have my water bottle near me. What do I do? Water bottle's upstairs. My above comment is basically true though. Nims either needs new snow, a different content to produce, or some new snowfall, something to increase hype for Minecraft, specifically his style of Minecraft. Yeah, the things that I do in Minecraft are not the, you know, I'm never gonna show you a waterfall of of iron golems, right? You can create that using RAM manipulation inside of Minecraft to like manipulate like literally the ones and zeros that your computer is programmed on to then force iron golems to spawn in a literal waterfall. They will fall like raindrops out of the sky. It's insane. Will I ever do that? No. But because I never do that, I'm never gonna have the insane clickbaity title or thumbnail to get all of those views. It goes up 3, and then what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it goes up, so it's basically a 3x9. Do we have any more of that glass? So like the style of Minecraft that I make is inherently less click friendly than the super crazy over the top stuff. I have no idea. I'm not really counting that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9. Wow, I counted that almost perfectly. That's fortune, so we'll swap the silk touch. I'm still super behind in chat. Notice me, I've missed you. Your fan base cares about you and believes in. I mean, again, I really do appreciate the kind words here, chat room, and you guys have been super generous lately. But like, okay, so we're gonna be honest in a different way now. I've never said this before, so I'm trying to. I think in thought bubbles, so I know the concept, but like, it doesn't exist in my brain in a language. It exists in my brain as a kind of like a photo or a picture. So I need to convert that picture into words. So I know the concept, I just have to put it into words. The idea of living on other people's generosity feels it's a tough concept, because in one hand I like you guys. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy getting to chat and stream, and there's a lot of you that I would consider friends and a few of you that I would consider close friends. But here's the problem. I need your money. Just flat out. That's the truth. And imagine, in order to exist, remove Twitch, remove all of this. Put yourself into the perspective of a real life friend. You know, think about when you were in high school or whatever. Maybe some of you are still in high school. Think about your current social life. Imagine if someone in your friend group said, I need you to Venmo me $10 or else we can't hang out. Everybody would think that guy's an asshole. Venmo me $10 or we can't hang out. Fuck you, bud. No. On some level, that is exactly what the relationship of a streamer is to their audience. It feels, I don't want to say it feels predatory, because you also, at the same time, I am rendering a service, right? You subscribe to Netflix for, I don't even know what Netflix costs anymore. You subscribe to Netflix for $12 a month, right? Christopher with 5 gifted subs, dude, that's another $25 after the $100 donation. This is insanity. You're a freaking legend, man. You and Eyebrows today, Al and Sidebar Troll yesterday, wild. Party Phoenix.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
So like, it is a service rendered in the same way that any other entertainment service is a service rendered. You think about the number of hours that you spend watching Netflix or that you watch, I don't know, compare it to any other subscription-based service, that whether it be Netflix, whether it be Hulu, whether it be HBO, whether it be a video game subscription like World of Warcraft, all of that falls under the same umbrella, okay? So then what you should do is you should look at the number of hours that you spend on that entertainment platform, okay? So if you spend $10 a month on that entertainment platform, and then you only watch that entertainment platform for 5 hours, you're spending $2 an hour to watch that piece of entertainment, okay? Now let's compare this to something like, dude, what is this? Christopher with another 10 gifted subs. That's another $50 freaking dollars. That's a 100 into a 25 into a 50. Dude just dropped $175 freaking dollars on the stream. The madman. Oh my God. What a freaking legend, dude. So then compare this to something that you let's say you're spending the same $10 a month, okay? But now instead of only watching this for consuming that piece of entertainment for say
Remind
5
yourself
hours.
that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
My God, man. Instead of consuming that piece of entertainment for 5 hours, let's say that you consume that piece of entertainment for 50 hours. This would be very comparable to, say, an online video game, say World of Warcraft, or, say, Netflix, right? Well, now you're spending $10, but then you're getting 50 hours of monthly content, of monthly entertainment would be a better way of saying it. Yo, that ratio is amazing. $10 for 50 hours of monthly entertainment? Dude, that's so cheap, especially whenever you start to consider it against like other kinds of entertainment. So look at going out to the movies, right? Here in the Midwest, going out to a movie is like $8 for a ticket. $8 for a 2-hour event, right? That's insanely expensive per dollar of entertainment whenever you start to compare it to like the internet medium, okay?
And it's saying that going out to a movie is a 2-hour thing isn't entirely true, because there's actually it's more of an experience. It's not just the movie there. It's actually going out to the theater and engaging with your friends and blah 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 blah. Right? It creates more than just 2 hours worth of entertainment. Game of Thrones is a good example of this. Think about an episode is an hour long, but the amount of time that you would spend talking with your friends about that episode, you would still count as the entertainment value provided from that episode, right? So still, traditional movies aren't as bad of a ratio as they seem, but still, that's how you look at it. So, on one hand, relying on the generosity of some people like Christopher. Look at the size of it. He just donated $125. Says, let's make it 300. Party Phoenixes. Everybody in chat room has a freaking subscription now. Everybody in chat room has the ability to spam some Party Phoenixes. That's wild, dude. Already Al says he's madder than me. No, you've got him beat by $5 right now. Because 61 subs is $5 a sub, so 61 times 5 is $305. He's at $300. Which is just wild. Like, absolutely insane. The Mad Lads, dude. Seriously though, get some good food. As soon as the quarantine is over, I'm going to go to your chat room. Some of you might be mad to hear this. I'm going to go get my favorite freaking barbecue. That's what I'm going to do. There's a place, it's called Smoking Guns in Kansas City. If you've never been to Kansas City before, I highly recommend it. It's kind of in an industrial area of town. Seems off the beaten path, but it's so good. Their burnt ends are just the best burnt ends. Barbecue to go. I mean, the likelihood of what is it? Virus transmission through carry out is slim, but still existent. I'll wait until after the quarantine. NBD. I'm trying to do my best to flatten that curve. But the moment after. Mac and cheese barbecue, disgusting. If I ever get to KC, I'm down. One of my mods, James Wargle, came through Kansas City, and make a note, Alexa, remind me after the quarantine to get barbecue. See, this is why I wish I had an Alexa. I would 100% do that. Hang on. Here, can I do this? Okay, Google. Come on, give it to me. Okay, Google. You know what, fine. I'm just gonna manually activate my OK Google like a heathen. When does the Kansas City quarantine end? Looking at news reports. I think it's like April 25th or something like that. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll say the 26th. Actually, I know that they're closed Sundays and Mondays, so we're gonna say April 28th. Set a reminder, April 28th, to go get barbecue.
Okay, do you want to save this?
Yes.
Okay. Reminder saved.
Reminder saved. Go get barbecue. April 28th. New sub record? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. So, okay, to finish up the conversation with the mad lads in here. Okay. So, James, one of my mods, who is a friend of Padawan's in real life. I've met Padawan as well, in real life. He came through Kansas City, and we met up, and he got the barbecue, and he said it was pretty good. Christopher with another 10 subs. That's another $50. Another 50. This is wild. Wild. Absolute insanity. Yeah, now he does. He beats you a little bit. A little bit. All of these random people who have come through the stream once now have a sub. My God, man. This is insanity.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is
Thank
a
you.
slow
I mean,
and
the
insidious
generosity,
killer.
man. The absolute wild generosity is I can't believe it. I don't believe that this isn't an extended April Fool's Day joke. There's no way it's not, right? I need slime blocks, which should be inside my redstone box. Yeah, there's enough. Is there anything else that we're missing? I think that we have enough to get started. Maybe some chests. Let's build the storage system first, because we know that it goes into the corner there. And then I think it should be able to grow, and we'll be able to confirm our spacing, because it should fit right here. Yeah, I mean, party phoenixes. Everybody's got party phoenixes now. I could say that yesterday. See, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I was thinking about it after the stream. I didn't really realize that it was April 1st on stream. And like, but after the stream, I was like, wait, we just set a sub record and a huge amount of donations. There's no way. It's April 1st, right? There's no way. Are there hoppers in here? Yeah, there's hoppers. I miss the Castle of Nimbus days. I still go back and rewatch episodes sometimes. See, I think it would be fun to make new episodes. To effectively have this be episodic. I think that this would have been a really cool build, episodically. I think it's also been really cool to do it on stream. How did we end up doing the water? It's just water sitting on top of, yeah. We need a barbecue report on April 29th as part of your stream. Okay. Yo. You know what? I'll tell you what. We need to get a new phone plan anyway. I'll try to get an unlimited phone plan. And then I'll just live stream the barbecue. I'll just live stream myself going and getting barbecue. How's that? I can't promise it because I'll need to change my phone plan. I wonder how expensive that would be. If I tried to do it on my current phone plan. Because I work from home, I have like one of those super cheap phone plans where it's like it costs nothing a month, but then I have to pay for my data by the gig. So, and that's how they get you, right? But since I'm always on Wi-Fi, I'm never using data, and therefore my phone plan is like less than 20 bucks. Okay, so we wanted to go into this corner. So we know that will go up, blah, blah, blah. And then this will be the 3-block section that's recessed, which looks good. Which means that this is our shulker box facing forward. And then it should be 2 out the back. And then this should be 3 double chests up. redstone lamps on that. Okay, if I can't update my phone plan before then I'll definitely give you the April 29th barbecue live stream. Like the barbecue report. How many totems have I used up? I've only tripped one on accident. Like, that was at risk. You know, I've flown straight up and then crashed into the ground. Just for the memes, which used one. So I think I've used 3 total, but only one of them was on accident. Yo, he has a trident. Let's go see if we can get us a trident. 5%. 5%. Damn. That dude does not have a trident. Plus, I don't really do April Fool's stuff. See, I was gonna say that. I don't really do April Fool's stuff either. I don't... Like, if I were to do stuff for April Fools, I wouldn't want to trick people. I just want to prank people, right? And those are 2 very different things. So, like, I wanted to put googly eyes. Girlfriend really likes posters, and she really likes collecting, like, collectible memorabilia, like action figures and stuff like that. I wanted to go through, and I wanted to put googly eyes on every single poster, action figure, blah, 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 in a healthy way that wouldn't damage the poster or the action figures or whatever. She has, like, Funko Pop caps and, like, vintage stuffed animals and stuff like that. She's really proud of her collection. And I wanted to go through and I wanted to put, oh god, I'm spacing. What are they called? The goofy eyes on all of them. But I didn't get to do that this year because obvious reasons. Okay, I'm tired of running around. We'll just get up right here. And actually, I built these out of the wrong thing. And so that's what I would want to do, is just small stuff, like pranks and not tricks. I don't want people to think they're dumb afterwards. I don't want to, like, nah. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. And then we simply go into the back. My birthday is getting canceled too because of COVID. Yeah, that's rough, man. June 7th. I mean, my birthday is June 6th, so kind of hype. How would you classify my prank with the pink castle? Yeah, I would say that's good. You didn't make me feel dumb. You didn't like hurt me at all to do it. But you made me do like a double take, right? And that was perfect. And so, yeah, I think that was good. I think that was good. What is this storage for? Right here, we're going to be putting a bamboo farm. And so this will be the storage for the bamboo farm. Or, yeah, this will be the storage for the bamboo farm. At the same time that we're putting this in, I also need to kind of figure out how I'm going to do the furnace array. So it's not going to be as easy. We're also, before we can just hook the bamboo farm up to the... Before we could just hook the bamboo farm up to the storage, we have to figure out how we're going to distribute the bamboo through a giant furnace array. The first thing that we do is we definitely build the bamboo farm. And then we build the furnace array. No, then we build the enchanting room, and then we build the furnace array to mirror the enchanting room. That's how we do it. Minecart chest distribution? I think we'll just use water paths, TBH. I needed dirt, that's what I needed. And I know I'm missing a lot of stuff in chat. If I missed a message of yours, just resend the message. I feel bad whenever I miss stuff in chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Maybe this was a little too far out. I don't think we needed to go this far out. I don't think we need to go this far out either. The rest of this dirt can go back. We don't need that anymore. Oh god, inventory is always so full. I just see Eyebrows ban someone and then he goes, I will not condone such behavior. Flex on him, Eyebrows. Nims is a sensi in the way of life. He is no student. That's not true. No way. Interestingly, I think that people I wish nobody in the world needed to work. I wish that were the case. I wish that the only thing people needed to do was provide food, and then everything else was just there. Because I think that people really shine the brightest when they have free time to think. I don't know. This sounds really bad, but I just wish people had more free time. I'll just say that. I wish people had more free time. Because people are awesome. And when people aren't hating their lives because of work or struggling to make ends meet, I think that all of the awesome things that people do really come out. And I have been very fortunate that for the last, give or take, decade, my job has allowed me the freedom to just think, which may be good, which may be bad, to just think. And that's where all of my wild opinions come from, and why no matter what question you guys ask me, I usually have some sort of answer for you. How do you feel about 116 removing zero tick farms and AFK fish farms? Varying degrees of good. So zero tick farms, I would consider it a bug and unintentional behavior and remove them from the game. Absolutely. One, they were way too strong. Two, they were really complicated and unnecessary to build. Three, even if you liked them and even if you could justify their behavior as unintended mechanics, they caused way too much lag. And for those three reasons, I would say that they are not healthy for the overall, livelihood of Minecraft. So getting rid of zero tick farms, awesome, really good. Fishing farms, good, but for a completely different reason. Some of you in chat will, by the way, I love these questions. Please keep them coming. Good, but for a different reason. A lot of the older viewers in chat will know. Imagine this. Imagine your question is this. Hey Nims, I'm just getting started in Minecraft. What's the first farm that I should build? You know what my answer is? Literally 100% of the time, fish farms. That's it. That's the only thing. That's the first and the most important farm that you build. You build yourself a freaking cobblestone hut, and then you build a fish farm. You kill 2 spiders, 1 spider if you're lucky. You kill 2 spiders, you get the string, you cut down a tree, and then you build a fishing farm. Why? Fishing farms provide you with both cod and salmon, which are good food sources. They're not like the best food sources, but they're good. Clearly, I used them up until I got golden carrots in this hardcore world. So clearly they're good enough for a hardcore world. Okay, so they get you all the food you need, which is the hardest thing to get in the early games of Minecraft. In addition to getting all the food that you need, they get you end-game bows. They get you Infinity Power 5 Flame Unbreaking 3 Punch 2 bows, which means as soon as you kill 1 skeleton, you get 1 arrow, and then this Infinity Bow will last you for the next 100 hours of gameplay. Wild. That's absolutely wild. So not only have they given you all the food that you need, but they've given you one of the strongest weapons in the game, arguably the strongest weapon in the game. In addition to both of those things, they give you all the enchants that you need, so you can make Protection 4 Unbreaking 3 Mending Aqua Affinity helmets, you can make Protection 4 Unbreaking 3 Mending legs, Feather Falling 4 Protection 4 Mending Unbreaking 3 boot. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? This one fishing farm has now provided you with a good food source, one of the best weapons, arguably the best weapon in the game, and then all of the enchants that you'll need to make the best armor in the game. Additionally, you can sell the cod and the salmon to villagers, get emeralds, and then that you've got an infinite emerald supply because it's a fishing farm. You're gonna have more fish than what you know what to do with. You then sell those fish to a fisherman villager, and now you effectively have unlimited emeralds, and then you could turn around to blacksmith villagers and buy full suits of diamond armor, buy all of your diamond tools, buy all of your diamond weapons, and you don't even care what enchants they've got because you've now fished up all of the enchants literally with nothing more than a fishing farm and some villagers. You could have full diamond armor. You could obtain literally your complete end game equipment set with nothing more than a fishing farm and like 4 villagers. Okay? Wildly broken. Way too strong. Well, what makes them too strong? It's not really the salmon, the food source that makes them strong, because in the early game you can set up things like berry farms, you can set up things like carrot or potato farms. That's not really broken. So the food source, not really the problem. Being able to make the best bow night, like the first night of Minecraft, yo, that's wild. That's too strong. Having one of the best weapons, if not the best weapon, within your first night of playing Minecraft, that's too much, for sure. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Additionally, the ability to enchant all of your crazy gear with their perfect stuff with absolutely no risk, because remember, it used to be that you had to risk your stuff by random enchants from an enchanting room. So there's no risk. You get to make your perfect gear and thus waste 0 diamonds. That's a little strong. And you could do that from the first night that you've played Minecraft. That's too strong. It's too strong. So if the bow is too strong and the enchants are too strong, how do you nerf a fishing farm? You get rid of their treasure drops. And that's exactly what they did. It was the treasure drops that were the problem. It was the end game bows that were too strong, and it was the enchants that were too strong. Both of those in the treasure table, and they got rid of the treasure table from fishing farms, effectively. I'd say that's a pretty good nerf. So, getting rid of 0 ticks, good, because it's not good for the overall health of the game. Getting rid of treasure drops from fishing farms, but not the other stuff, I think is also really good. You're preserving the food source, you're preserving the theme, the thematic of Minecraft having farms, which is a very fun aspect, but then you're making it so it's not broken. I'd say Minecraft is doing perfectly. Perfect. You know, my bank just called me to confirm those transactions because they were processed in California. Is that where PayPal processes its transactions? Wild, dude. I mean, again, you just had to talk to your bank because you were supportive of me, because you were generous to me, which just means that it was like extra effort on your part. So like, thank you. Again, Nims, how do you feel about netherite being stronger than diamond? To me, it feels weird. I'm going to come back to that question. What is the most valuable piece of food in Minecraft in your opinion? Just wondering. In hardcore, the answer is golden carrots. In not hardcore, the answer is steak pork chops. In hardcore, your game is all about saturation because you need to keep your life at maximum so you don't die. So having inefficient hunger to keep your life at 100% is an okay sacrifice. Okay, first we look at regular Minecraft, actually, to put this in context. In regular Minecraft, it's all about movement. It's all about sprinting and jumping and using stuff. You really don't care about your life total because it's regular Minecraft. There's no real risk if you die. So how do you run and jump for the longest? Steak. The answer is steak. Or pork chops, they're the same thing. Therefore, the best food in regular Minecraft is steak. It's all about managing hunger so that way you can be as active as possible for as long as possible. However, in hardcore, it's not about activity. It's about not dying. So then the priority of food changes. And it becomes what food keeps you alive the longest. And to that end, the answer is golden carrots. It becomes about saturation and not hunger, so that way your health can regen for as long as possible when you do take damage. So that way you are at 100% health for as long as possible. That's golden carrots. So in regular Minecraft, it's steak pork chops. In hardcore Minecraft, it is golden carrots. How do I feel about netherite being stronger than diamonds? I actually don't think that that's a good one. I think that Minecraft is messing up on that front. Power creep in games is real. You look at something like Overwatch, and every new hero must have a way to self-heal. Every new hero must have crazy movement. Every new hero must have this, and this. When you think back to like anime, right? Especially like an anime that's about like kind of fantasy things like Dragon Ball Z or Naruto. All of your characters need to continually be powering up. The stakes need to get higher and higher. Save the city, save the state, save the country, save the planet, save the solar system, save the galaxy, save the universe, save the multiverse. And it just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows, and that's power creep, right? So netherite armor is power creep in Minecraft. And I don't think that it's necessary. I think that it will alienate, to a new player, I don't think it's a problem, because that's just what they know. But I think to the veteran Minecrafters, you want to pull veteran Minecrafters back in. And I think it'll feel alien to them, and I think it will then feel foreign, and therefore it will disconnect them further from the game. I could be wrong on that front. That's half of my problem with it. Is I don't think that it has that great of an appeal. The other half of a problem that I have with it is Diamond is already plenty strong. I'm in hardcore, dude. I can literally go swimming in lava right now. Like, I can literally just stand here. Here, let's skip the night so that way I'm not getting rained on. Will you answer Echo Tofu's question? Will your tree farm work on Bedrock? I have answered 3 times, but he doesn't believe me. The hand mode works, the axe mode doesn't. You cannot offhand saplings in Bedrock, so the hand mode will work, but the axe mode won't. I'm sorry I missed that question. Thank you for highlighting it and adding me. Okay, so real fast, come over here. So, I am clearly in hardcore. You can see my hearts. You know that I'm in hardcore. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. Do we really need stronger armor? Is it necessary in the game to have something more powerful than diamond? Do we need... does the time investment into it make sense? Is this something that is going to increase the value of the game? What purpose does this serve? Could they have added another ore block? Oh, sure. You want to add... I need to make sure that my gear's not going to break. You want to add another ore block? That's fine. I don't think that that's a problem at all. Hell, I don't even really have a problem with the new tools. Whether it's netherite, pickaxes, shovels, blah, 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 right? It's the armor that I have a problem with. It's going to be too strong. Hell, I think we need stronger tools in the first place, because diamond everything is clearly too strong anyway. We need diamond stronger weapons to be able to break through diamond armor. Make sure that it's not breaking my gear. That's the only problem that I have here, is when will it break my gear? So I don't think that netherite armor is really necessary. I think that it's unnecessary power creep. I think that it inflates an ecosystem. And see, like, I won't even eat here. So I don't see it, man. I don't see the purpose of netherite armor. Everything else I'm kind of indifferent on. Netherite tools, sure. They don't really change anything. A little bit more durability isn't going to hurt anything. We already effectively have unlimited durability with Unbreaking 3 Mending. So the ecosystem isn't blown out because we're getting, you know, a little bit more durability. Instead of this thing it'll have 4 times as much, so it'll have 6,000 durability with Unbreaking 3. And I think they're getting 300 more durability, so it'll go from 6,000 durability to like 7,200 durability, right? That doesn't really change anything. There's not, chat room, if I told you you've got $5,000 versus if I told you you had $7,000, does it change a lot? Not really in the grand scheme of things. And it's not even really $5,000 to $7,000. It's more like 5,000 pennies to 7,000 pennies. It's more like $50 versus $70. Do you really have much more money at $50 from $50 to $70? No, you freaking don't. So like, the durability is kind of irrelevant. The netherite armor having a higher armor toughness is going to make the damage threshold higher and thus the overall damage received lower. Because of that, you are going to, it just seems wild to me. It just seems absolutely unnecessary. Especially when we already have such a healthy ecosystem around diamonds. So, yeah, slowly starving to death in lava. Somebody asked me my opinion on the new netherite armor and the new netherite gear, and I was swimming in lava to prove a point. I think the quest for netherite being much rarer unless you're dumb like Psycraft, that you cannot automatically farm for netherite unless you want a netherite hoe. I mean, you're right, but there's a strong argument. So that kind of leads into my third and final point for netherite, is that the quest for netherite will be so time consuming that I don't think it'll be fun. So if it's not a necessary thing for sure. Okay, so we put the pistons on the outside. That's what I was trying to look at. The quest for netherite is unnecessary. The difference between diamond and netherite, while the armor isn't different, but the armor toughness is. It's still not that big for how much effort goes into acquiring it. So that's kind of the last point, or the last problem, is it's such a difficult thing to obtain that the value for obtaining it is off. That might feel like I'm arguing two different arguments here. My first argument being it's too strong, and my second argument being it's not strong enough. But I do think that, and if you bear with me, I think that both exist. So the amount of, so the first point is, and you already understand this, compared to diamond armor is already plenty strong. There's no reason to have another tier of armor above diamond. Okay, so that's the first point. The second point is looking at the number of hours and the amount of game time that you need to play in order to obtain netherite armor is insane. It's wild. You have to play for so long to get netherite. It's absolutely absurd. And then the power up that you receive from having put in that many hours is not high enough to justify that amount of work. So it's both too powerful and not powerful enough. And that is both of those things I think are problems. And I don't think that netherite should exist for both of those reasons. I need to like go take a screenshot of the back of this, so. So yeah, I don't think that netherite armor should exist. I'm perfectly fine with netherite tools and other netherite builds. I think netherite is used in like respawn anchors, I think is what it was. Yo, I'm fine with all of that. That's cool. No problem with me. But it's both simultaneously too strong and not strong enough, which just don't add it into the game. This should have been one block lower. But it kind of doesn't matter. Your totem keeps distracting me. No, dude, you're fine. I disagree. I'd say some will come up with a small machine that mines for netherite, therefore would be user friendly. I mean, what you're talking about is a flying machine that dupes TNT. That's what you're talking about. There's literally no other way to do it, and it's already been done. Psycraft, I've seen Psycraft have multiple ways of doing it. You could definitely build like a single boring machine, not like it puts you to sleep because it's uninteresting. No, like Elon Musk's boring company that's building tunnels in California. You will have a machine that bores through the earth, that bores through the nether, rather, at a very at the height that is most likely to have netherite in it, and then you, the player, will just follow the machine and collect any netherite that it exposes, because netherite has a blast resistance that's higher than what TNT can do. I'd say TNT dupers are boring machines, though. They put you to sleep. Kappa. Like, a machine to discover netherite has already been done. Okay, so it's backwards, which is throwing me off a little bit. I need scaffolding is what I need. We have scaffolding over here. Club Penguin Revival. New armor looks good. It's a sandbox game. I mean, aesthetically, yeah. I would say that the new armor is more aesthetically appealing than the existing armor. But that's not. I mean, if you want it to look good, just add dyes to diamond. You don't have to be able to recolor the diamond, but if you could put like patterns on it, like stripes or, I don't know, tribal designs or something like that, that'd be kind of cool. Yo, where's all of my scaffolding? Oh, there it is. What up? So if the argument is I want more aesthetically appealing armor, I think that you could do that without affecting power creep. Where did you come from? Anybody? Any ideas? Had to be within range. Maybe like on top of this? Seven block, 6 block. Yeah, this is it. That's probably where he came from. And then he could have like walked down, something. How can a sandbox game have a power creep? It's not a sandbox game though. It's an RPG hiding as a sandbox game. I mean, it's an RPG sandbox. 100% there is an RPG inside of this game. 100%. That's non-debatable. The Ender Dragon, the Wither Boss, the Elder Guardian, the raid mechanic, all of the different ruins that you can find. It's an RPG. It's almost, I don't know. There's an even stronger argument that says that it's more RPG than sandbox. He could have also spawned under here. Okay, anyway, scaffolding. Let's go. Cool. So now I just need to copy my screenshot and then mirror it. Can I just mirror it in the actual file thing? Edit. Can I edit this? Flip. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, save a copy. And now it's actually just mirrored, so now I don't even have to commit brain power into flipping it. I can just literally copy it because I flipped it. When you wear this armor, you look kind of like a Nether Fortress. When you wear the new Netherite armor. I mean, I don't disagree. It looks way better than diamond armor, for sure. But again, if your argument is to make an armor that is more aesthetically appealing, I think that there are ways of doing that that doesn't introduce power creep. And we've already had quite a bit of power creep, if we're being honest. When enchants were added into the game, that's quite a bit of power creep. When beacons were added into the game, that's quite a bit of power creep. Whenever potions were added into the game, even if potions are kind of difficult to use right now because they don't stack, that's power creep. We've already had quite a bit of power creep. This is even more, and in conjunction with with all of the other power creep that we've experienced, I don't think that it adds. Beacons are interesting. Being able to give yourself strength or regeneration or resistances or haste. Haste is very interesting. Beacons are very cool, and therefore the power creep that they introduce is worthwhile. It is an okay power creep. Same thing with potions. Yes, Potions of strength exist, potions of healing exist, whether it's healing or regen. Those are power creep. The player is more powerful for them. However, you're also adding things like potions of speed, and potions of harming, and potions of jump boost, and potions of slow fall, and the list goes on and on and on. Those are very interesting. And therefore, the power creep that's added by potions is acceptable because of the cool new things that they add to the game. The same thing with enchants. Enchants are literally just power creep. The game could exist perfectly fine without enchants. But, like, Fortune 3 is a kind of a cool... Fortune 3, Silk Touch, those are cool enchants. So, like, the rest of the... Enchanting is starting to get into a kind of not as cool as the other effects. Because you could have just introduced that without adding enchants. Like, you could have just introduced another tool as an example, or just made grass blocks drop grass instead of dirt. Blah, 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 blah. But still, it was at least somewhat interesting for the power creep that was added, for the, sharpness 5, for the power 5, for the protection 4 power creep stuff. At least there were still interesting elements. The power creep that's being added by the netherite armor, what does that give us? Oh wait, aesthetically appealing armor? Is that the hill you're gonna die on? Nah. Knockback resistance? You turn that into an enchant. A slightly higher armor toughness? Unnecessary. You don't need it. That's literally the armor creep. Or the power creep. So it just doesn't... I don't know. If from a PvP aspect it doesn't belong, just enable/disable it. I'm thinking. If from a PvP perspective it doesn't belong, just enable/disable it. Okay. So this is my knee-jerk reaction. I haven't considered that perspective, so bear with me as I process it. My knee-jerk is nothing should require you to leave the game in order to experience the game properly. And I'm not just talking from a PvP perspective. Okay, so if the game is too easy, then the game won't be playable. Imagine there was a game where you won instantly just by turning it on. Clearly, that's not fun. I would argue that Minecraft already has trivialized combat with full diamond protection 4 armor, ignoring that you can get regeneration and resistance for the area that you spend the majority of your time. Mobs are already, and this is from the vanilla experience, I guess, or from the vanilla, I can't think of the word, from the vanilla power levels, I guess. You're already effectively unkillable. if mobs presented no challenge to you ever again, that would mean the entire combat of the game is now irrelevant to you. And that's boring. There's only one way to handle that. You look at something like World of Warcraft, another RPG that's been going on for a long time. You introduce new, higher, more powerful gear. Actually, you don't have to look at any, like World of Warcraft. You can look at any RPG, whether it be an MMORPG, a action RPG, like Diablo or Path of Exile, any game where you introduce more powerful items, you then need to introduce more powerful bosses or more powerful objectives for the player to accomplish. And currently, the objectives inside of vanilla Minecraft are not high enough to justify the power creep. Now, actually, as I say that, I think I just had a brain blast. I know something. Well, I mean, I'm looking at this from all aspects of Minecraft, but I know something, actually. And if I'm right, Netherite armor will be a great addition. If I'm right, here's my guess. They will add a new dimension. This new dimension will be a floating island dimension called the Aether, based on and it might not be called the Aether, that doesn't matter, but it will be based on the Aether mod that existed 2015. And because it's a floating island dimension, very similar to the floating island in the End, but it'll be happy. It'll be a very bright. It'll be a heavenly biome, right? It'll be a heavenly dimension to kind of be the yin to the yang that is the Nether, right? Inside this new dimension, you will have new encounters. The Aether mod had 4 brand new boss fights, like Legend of Zelda-esque boss fights. You can increase the difficulty of those boss fights, thus necessitating a new level of armor. Additionally, that new level of armor having knockback protection will help keep you alive in an area that is full of floating islands above a void. If you get knocked off into the void, obviously you die. Receiving less knockback means you are less likely to fall into the void. If I'm right, and it doesn't have to be the next expansion, or excuse me, the next content patch, but if they quickly start working on an Aether dimension based on the Aether mod, then the Netherite armor's power creep will perfectly fit in with the overall Minecraft power curve. If I'm right, then Netherite armor will be perfect. If they don't add the Aether, then it's too strong. But if they do, then it's perfect. So the reason why I had this thought is because I was in the middle of saying something like, look at World of Warcraft, look at Diablo, look at Path of Exile, look at any RPG that's ever existed in the history of time. And as you add new armor into the game, you have to add new powerful enemies to use that armor against. And then I was going to say, and I had this thought in my head, but I didn't verbalize it, and then I was going to say, there is currently nowhere in Minecraft where you could add new monsters that wouldn't ruin the power curve that already exists in the game. Okay. If you were to add a monster that is suitably difficult for netherite armor, a player in iron would get absolutely demolished by that monster. I hope that makes sense. And a naked player would hold next to zero chance to fight that mob. So they can't exist anywhere where a fresh player would find them. You could somehow embed them into game mechanics, kind of like withers. You need to go to the nether to get soul sand, then you have to farm up wither heads, then you have to create the wither boss yourself. You can embed it inside of game mechanics, which prevents a new player from stumbling into it. You could somehow add it as a structure, very similar to the ocean temple, the ocean monument, because a new player can't readily enter that area because it requires some form of respiration. You need some way of breathing water, or you need some way of quickly clearing the slow mining effect. I don't remember what it's called, which prevents new players from just stumbling into the Elder Guardian. So you would either have to embed, you have to add, if you add new armor, you have to add a new tier of difficulty to the game. Okay, I think that we can agree on that. And then, if you add a new tier of difficulty to Minecraft, it has to be added in a way that doesn't ruin the power curve of the existing game. So it has to be added in a way that a new player cannot stumble into it accidentally. Okay. I think that you can agree with that perspective completely. And then I'm like, well, Minecraft made a statement, Mojang did, in like 2016, that they will not add the Aether. They were interested in adding the Aether, but they will not add the Aether until after the Nether is updated. Right? Well, the Nether's getting updated. The dude that coded, the mod developer that made the Aether, was just hired by Mojang. That's true. Or at least reported as being true. I didn't independently verify that he was hired. I bet we could find that. Aether mod dev hired by Mojang. I bet that's a Google search that we... Here's the source that I saw. King B-Dogs. Come January 2020, I'll be moving to Sweden to work at Mojang as a game dev for Minecraft. And this is the dude that made the Aether. Yep, okay. So directly from his frickin' Twitter. Directly from his Twitter, he has been hired as a game dev at Mojang. So, they're adding a new armor, which features more damage resistance and knockback protection. They have previously made in a statement that they... let's see. Mojang won't add new dimension until Nether is updated. They made some statement like that. a while back. They may, well, here's somebody quoting it, but they don't cite it. We need to flesh out the nether and end dimensions, or we need to flesh out the nether and end before we add new dimensions. Well, they added end cities. They added, they finished the end. They added ways to reset the dragon. The end, I would say, is largely done. Maybe it needs a little bit more tweaking. Maybe there should be a biome or two inside of the end. But still, you could argue that the end is done. The nether is definitely done after this update. So I don't remember the source, but they did say this. I don't feel like independently sourcing that right now. But they say that they need to flesh out the nether and end before they add new dimensions. The end is done, the nether is done. Then, January 2020, they hired the developer for the Aether. I think it's reasonable to say that in May, they will release the nether update. All of this points to, who knows? When did 1.16 start development? Probably like August of last year, something like that. I don't know the exact timeline, but sure. I think okay, so that's my opinion. Boom, got it. I know exactly my opinion. If netherite armor is being added for the sake of having a new tier of armor, it's completely unnecessary and blows out the power creep of this game. You don't need it, it's not good. If netherite armor is being added in preparation for a new dimension with new encounters and new mobs and new bosses and new challenges that are that will be the top end of Minecraft, which will be the new challenge, thus necessitating a new, more powerful tier of armor, well then I think netherite is perfect. And that is my opinion. That was the longest explanation I could have possibly given in my entire life. But there it is. And actually, as I say it out loud, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Minecraft comes out and says, hey, we're not going to add any new dimensions until we finish the nether and the end. Within, I think that they made that statement in 2017 or something like that. 3 years later, 2 years later, they finished the nether and the end. At the same time that they do that, they then hire the dude that made the most popular dimension mod for Minecraft. And at the same time that they do that, they add a new tier of armor that would perfectly suit the additional difficulties of a boss-riddled floating island higher difficulty dimension. That makes perfect sense. See you later, Emily. But the end wouldn't deserve its name anymore, right? Since it wouldn't be the end. No. I think that the end still deserves its name, but for a different reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that the end is the end of Minecraft's gameplay. I think that the end is representative. Minecraft is clearly emulating. The Nether is clearly a representation of hell. Like the Christian, basically of a religious hell. I don't want to say Christian because a lot of different religions have a hell. So the Nether is clearly representing, you know, a religious hell. If they add the Aether, then that is clearly representative of a religious heaven. I think that the end is representative of like a purgatory, of a crossing over, of like a religious middle grounds, like kind of the transition between life and death. Not necessarily of heaven and hell, but the transitional state. And when life ends and crosses over, life is ending, right? And therefore it still justifies the name The End. Nice stream, dude. Host it. I saw the message, man. Thank you. Is that it? Oh, hey. No, that did need to be there. Because we needed a bit of redstone on it, I believe. Oh no, it wasn't this bit of redstone. It was a repeater set to 3 ticks, I believe. Let's pull out a bunch of items. Okay, we've only got 10 items to get back around to the front. We need to see a double extension. We saw a double extension. It should only take like 5 seconds. Sweet! And then we add all of those items back in. Okay. Bradley and Christopher redeemed hydrate. Oh god, I don't have a water bottle anywhere near me. The nearest water bottle is upstairs. The end is more like reincarnation. I mean, I agree with that. I hear girlfriend running through the house. I guarantee she's on her way to bring me a water bottle. Dollars, chat room, I bet you. I hear stomping above me. I'm in like a basement office. Huh? The stomping stopped. I bet she's running over all through the house looking for the water bottle. Give her another minute. Maybe I shouldn't have planted those yet. She just came running down the stairs. Where's the water bottle? Mm-hmm. Isn't it in the bedroom?
Would you have got it? Oh shit. Sorry, language. I'll be right back.
I told you, chat room. To have a whiskey on me. Man, I've only ever had really low quality whiskeys. So I've never had a whiskey that hasn't made me have like chills after the fact, you know? So I can't say that I'm not a whiskey fan, but I've never had a whiskey that has made me be like, oh, that was...
Were you guessing that I was gonna bring this to you?
Oh, 100%. As soon as I said, oh, I don't have the water bottle nearby, I just hear you jump out of your chair and then just stomp, 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 stomp.
On purpose.
And then I was just like, oh, guarantee she's looking for the water bottle right now. So, thank you. I have like 7 of these to redeem. I'm gonna have to pee. What is the expression? I'm gonna have to pee like a racehorse?
Feel like a racing horse.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks.
Very good.
My bladder thanks you.
So your health thanks me, and it
Yeah.
thanks Chad.
My lack of migraines.
Love it.
I love you too. Why don't you drink from a glass like a normal person? Because I'm sitting at a computer that has a $300 microphone, a $200 preamp, a $200 keyboard, a $100 mouse, a headset that they don't make anymore, a discontinued headset. I have 3 monitors, a $600 phone on my desk, a computer tower that's probably worth in the ballpark of $1,500 to $2,000. Speakers that are worth about $100, and a battery backup. Oh, hey, a webcam that's worth $70, and a battery backup to run all of it in the event of a power outage, which has giant batteries inside of it that I don't want to think about what would happen to those batteries if they shorted out. That's worth, I don't know, I think that was another $200-300. Oh yeah, and then a PlayStation 3. So that way I can play PlayStation, classic PlayStation games on the PlayStation Store through my capture card. All of which is within arm's reach of my desk, or is at my desk. It's not even in arm's reach, it's on my desk. Yeah, that's why we don't allow. If it doesn't seal, it's not allowed in here. Weird flex, but okay. I mean, I wasn't trying to flex, but sure, maybe I'm an asshole. That's possible. It's just computers, man. I don't understand people that will have open containers at a computer. That just blows my mind. I can't do it. Not even a little bit. Must be nice. I'm living out of a closet. Dude, the Midwest is wild. For the longest time, I had a 2-bedroom house. This is true. For 5 years, I rented a 2-bedroom house on 80 acres of land for $350 a month. $350 a month for a 2-bedroom house on 80 acres of land for $350 a month. That's 100% a true story, and I lived there for 5 years, plus minus like 6 months. The Midwest is wild for how cheap it is. Like, the rest of the world is so expensive. I'm living out of a closet and getting paid to take said closet down the road. A trucker, then. For sure. Oh, hey. The rate loss out of this is going to be pretty high. I wonder if there's an argument that says that we hop our minecart under it instead of... Can bamboo grow on anything other than dirt? I guess that's where we start. Before we try to put in water paths. First world problems? I mean, that's just the... It kind of goes back into the conversation that we had previously about, like, what it takes to work as a content creator. Now, obviously, this is years of things that I've acquired, right? I'm using a hand-me-down graphics card as an example. This graphics card was given to me, it was gifted to me by Already Al. The headset that I use was gifted to me by a real life friend. But then I did like the quality of the mic on the headset that I turned around and I bought 2 more of them off of eBay because they are discontinued. The keyboard that I use, which is like a $250 keyboard, was gifted to me by a viewer named Kitty Bits. Hell, I think my IPS monitor was gifted to me by a viewer as well. Most of this stuff is all a grand, like a very long period to acquire it, and not something that is necessary to get started as a content creator. I would argue the computer is. You need a pretty robust computer if you're going to be a gaming content creator, because you have to have enough overhead. You have to be able to run the game at a reasonable quality. And then you have to have enough of an overhead past that quality to record the gameplay. I would also argue strongly in favor of a battery backup, because if your power goes out in the middle of a recording, you just corrupted that entire file. And you might have even bigger problems than that, because like the power doesn't just go out because everything's okay. If everything was okay, the power wouldn't have gone out. So like you might also be running with like brownouts, which aren't good for computers, or you might have something like a lightning strike, which aren't good for computers. So running off of a battery backup saves me, or at least protects me from a lot of those things. But oh yeah, we're gonna test if bamboo grows on anything other than dirt. Soul sand and farmland are the big things that I need to check, because you can place hoppers directly under soul sand and farmland and have it collect the items. Is there anything else that has that same property where you can put a hopper directly under it and gather items through it? Soul sand and dirt both have it. At least I think Tricker is making good money. I think their insurance went up like crazy in 2017. I think it's good money. I think it's like a livable wage for sure. But I think that it's getting worse for them. It's getting harder because I think their routes are getting more difficult, and I think that their insurance is going up like crazy. Nim still doesn't read chat. 6 weeks away from home to go home for 5 days. Money becomes a question of worth it. Yeah, I bet your bank account is pretty big, but what do you spend that money on? The same issue kind of exists for people working on oil rigs. It's like 6 months on, 6 months off. You make insane money, but like you're away for so long that even when you're back, it's hard to have a life. Can't you do that with path blocks? Ooh, oh, that's a good question too. What is that? Is that a shovel that makes a path? Yeah, that's a good point. Can you turn? Is it dirt? Can dirt go into paths? No, so we need a proper. Well, we'll just grab some. We might actually already have some. Nim still doesn't read chat. Oh my god, path blocks, right? I think I've read everything in chat. What are you talking about? Did I miss a message? Or was it path blocks that you wanted me to check? Okay. How do we set up this test? We'll do it over here. All right, so first proving a point, you drop an item, it doesn't get collected. You drop an item, it doesn't get collected. On this one, you will drop an item and it will get collected, right? Even though it's soul sand, the hopper can pull through the soul sand. So then the next question is bamboo. Bob the fish, hello? Bamboo cannot be placed on soul sand. I asked if you redeemed the hydrates from yesterday. Yes, we did. Girlfriend brought me the water bottle, I think after you left, and we did it then. It cost you $200 a week on food, 10 to 15 bucks per shower. That's crazy. $5 to wash 2 days of clothes. When you make $600 a week, that's not counting health insurance cost, and with the unhealthy lifestyle that can come with it. I mean, yeah, you sit for, I mean, your entire life. You sit, and you don't really have the ability to move, to stretch. I bet blood clots and other sedentary diseases are rampant in the trucker industry. Additionally, I lost my... Oh, yeah. And because you're not at home, you obviously can't bring a kitchen with you, which means that all the food that you eat needs to be like ready to eat food or prepared food, which means that you're probably eating a ton of fast food or a ton of like microwavable or gas station food. You're not getting a lot of fruits and vegetables in that lifestyle, which isn't great either. Okay, so anyway, we have path block, which worked. That's wild. And then we also have a farmland, which works. I was kind of expecting path blocks to not work, just for the record. Sick, dude. And see, there it is, and there it is. Let's pull that out and make sure that it's not a fluke. And now... Oh, yeah, I guess this one needs water next to it. That's fine. We'll just do it on the fly. If I could throw. Okay, so that one clearly works. That one clearly works. That one clearly works. Then we go back through with bamboo. Doesn't work. This is the one that I'm kind of interested in. It doesn't work. This is the one I'm most interested in, so I want to save that one for last. So this doesn't work. This is the one I'm hopeful. Ah, it doesn't work. That would have been incredible. And I have to pee. You guys have made me hydrate so much that I have to go to the bathroom now. I'll be right back to go relieve myself. Oh. I'll be back. And I'm back. Okay. Bamboo will grow on grass, dirt, sand, mycelium, podzol, coarse dirt, and red sand. So exactly the same things that... Exactly the same things that sugarcane grows on. Okay, so the reason I was trying to avoid it is because... Do we put a roof on this? Are there any slab blocks that slime does not stick to? Again, any slab blocks that slime does not stick to. If so, what are they? You can't make, like, obsidian slabs. Not that I can think of, no. Yeah, not that I can think of either. Okay, well this test did not work. A little sad, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's okay. I forgot my name. Nice, dude. What up? Okay, so let's just... Inventory management is a nightmare right now. So let's go put some of this stuff up. And then we can resume with what we were doing. I believe almost everything else in our inventory is relevant. Okay. Bamboo will grow even if it only has 2 blocks of height to grow in, right? If I were to make this entire roof area... That is not what I meant. Will bamboo still grow? How close to the trigger are you? It's off this side, so this needs to empty. You're not even close to the trigger. Okay, so all of our bamboo has been destroyed, and now I'm curious. Yes, okay, so cool. It does grow if it only has 2 blocks of height. That is what I was most interested in. So this will be fine. Cool, 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 cool. What are we working on? Wait, what? I'm confused. You sit and fight traffic. 11. Okay, so we take this. We're gonna put. How did we do this before? It was a water stream down, right? Yes, it was. I don't think that we can add the water stream. So for the short term, I think we go... This is just a placeholder. Because now that this is set up, I need buckets.
I have to figure out a lot of things from this point. We have to figure out... We have to... And then that should collect them. Cool. And now whenever we get a double extension, all of this should land in the water. It's good to me. And we wanted the roof on it so that way it doesn't grow to 3 tall, because bamboo grows so fast that it was very likely to grow to 3 tall. And then it would just fall directly onto the dirt below it, which isn't ideal, obviously. Why? Just curious. Why don't you make the farm 3 tall too? Oh, hey, I was actually already answering that question. Okay, so because I'm using a very simple design, I don't need something very robust. I don't need something gigantic. A smaller bamboo farm has already supplied me with all the bamboo I'm really going to need. Even I think the hopper minecart, yeah, is full. So this is a little bigger than what we've already done. So it's already bigger, and therefore, slightly more unnecessary. But I'm also trying to be as lag conscientious as I can, and having items exist as entities just sitting on those dirt blocks creates lag. Because bamboo grows so much faster than sugarcane, it's very likely that the bamboo will reach 3 tall, and then when the second block is destroyed, the third block doesn't have any momentum, so it falls straight down until it despawns while sitting on the dirt. By limiting the height of the bamboo to 2 tall, the rates of the farm should be largely the same, because we're going to have the 3 talls. Almost all of those would be lost anyway. It would only be the ones on the front row that managed to pop off in the direction of the water stream that would be harvestable, so not very many. So they were all going to despawn anyway, and at the cost, they didn't increase the rates by that much, but so that negligible rate increase came at the expense of a bunch of item entities creating lag. So I am saying it's not worth it. Don't give me the slight rate increase, so that way I can save a slight amount of lag. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, this is not lossless. If you wanted lossless, I would have to put in hopper minecarts. But for something this small, I'm not going to put in a hopper minecart. Hopper minecarts are very laggy, and I'm already experiencing world lag. Actually, I do want to kill you. I want your gold. I made a survival a few days ago, and I'm almost so far that I can kill the dragon. It will be my first time. Do you have any tips or anything to beat him? Well, dude, that's awesome. Congratulations. Things that I would bring to beat the Ender Dragon. The best bow you can.
definitely important. Some Feather Falling 4 boots. That's really important. Some Ender Pearls. There's a decent chance that your starter platform is above the void, in which case you don't want to try to do one of these slow pillar things. You don't want to try to do this, because instead of it being dirt below me, it's void. So you don't want to try to do this. You want to just be like, oh damn, I spawned above the void. Ender Pearl! And then you get up on top of the platform. Of the main Ender platform. Alright. So, Feather Falling Boots, the best bow you can afford. It's really got to be a Power 5 bow. With either infinity or several hundred arrows. Feather Falling 4, a Power 5 bow. A couple hundred blocks of building blocks. So probably a stack, 2 or 3 stacks of cobblestone. And then maybe, have you built an iron golem farm? That's the last question I've got for you, is have you built an iron golem farm? Bringing a couple of blocks. How do you have mending and infinity on one bow? I don't. It's just infinity. You used to be able to put mending and infinity on a bow. Back in like 1.12? Those enchants weren't mutually exclusive. I have no iron golem farm. Okay. So the problem is you are very likely to look at some endermen. Somebody in chat, I'm telling you right now, somebody in chat's gonna say, bring a carved pumpkin and wear it as a helmet. Well, if you do that, then no enderman is going to be mad at you doing this. The problem with doing this is you've got a bunch of blind spots in your vision. And when you're fighting above the void, you don't want to be blind. Additionally, you've now lost protection 4 and a 3 armor, 2 armor toughness piece of gear. So you really don't want to do that either. So there are a couple of ways that you can handle the Enderman while you're in the end. Namely, golems, iron and snow. Both of them handle the Enderman in different ways. The iron golems will try to fight them. The iron golems die pretty quickly, but they will actually kill the Enderman for you. The other alternative is snow golems, who just sit there and throw snowballs. They can't kill an Enderman because the Enderman teleports before a projectile will make contact. But that's the point, is it forces the Enderman to spam teleport, thus they don't attack you. Other ways of handling Endermen. That's what I'm trying to think of. I mean, do you bring like flint and steel and then try to light them all on fire without looking at them? That's not gonna work. You're not gonna be able to do that reliably enough while you're fighting an Ender Dragon. No, that doesn't work. I mean, don't look at Enderman. So you basically have 3 options here, I think. First option is build an iron golem farm. build a pumpkin farm, bring some iron golems with you into the end. It's the first option. Second option, build a snow farm, build a pumpkin farm, and bring some snow golems with you into the end. Or the third option, be very, very careful and don't look at Endermen. I don't think you really have any options after that. Water buckets? Ah, okay. Water buckets, yeah, you could do that. Then actually, that's a great idea. Bring a bunch of water buckets. Cover the end in water. Enderman won't teleport to you because you're in water, and then whenever the Ender Dragon flings you up into the air, you'll land in water, thus negating your fall damage. There you go. That was a great suggestion. Was Bradley the first one to say it? Bradley and Christopher said it. That is a great suggestion. Water buckets. How long have you had this world going, says Echo Bravo. Statistics, I got you, my dude. 20.02 days. Now this number is artificially inflated. It's a little bit high because this entire world is designed to be AFK'd. Everything about this world is built with AFKing in mind. I have AFK'd a lot in this world. Basically, after every stream, I AFK in this world for a couple of hours at least. I would say that I have 10 days of active playtime, and then I have another 10 days of AFK time. You don't need a ton of buckets, just make an infinite water source. I mean, yeah. But again, you're still talking about a minimum of 2 buckets. It would probably be easier if you brought like 4 or 5 buckets and just spammed them in a small area. That way you don't have to be super precise with where you're grabbing from. You could just like... You have, I don't know, like 4 or 5 buckets on your action bar, and then because you're definitely going to need a bow on your action bar, you definitely need the sword on your action bar, some ender pearls, and food, right? Torches do nothing in the end, you can take those off. Tools don't really do anything in the end, you can take those off. You do need a building block, so that way you can pillar up and destroy the regen crystals. So doesn't matter. So you can put a building block there. These don't matter. And then buckets in between this space. Right? So you could bring 4 buckets of water with you. And then you just kind of spam it out into some little area. And then you really only need 1 bucket on your action bar after that. Then you can run over to her, grab it, place. Run, place. Grab, place, grab, place. And see how I'm kind of working my way in a circle around it? That's what I would do if I was you. I think that's it. I think that's the best tips. Feather falling 4 boots, because you still need those, even if you're going to go with the water spam approach. A power 5 bow, either with a bunch of arrows or infinity, and then a bunch of water buckets, and then a reasonably
high food, whether it be steak, salmon, or something like that, pork chops, etc. What's poppin'? Yeah, I need to build an enchanting room basically right after this. Is the next thing I'm going to be building. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? 100%. You're the person. Potions of slow fall? I don't think those are necessary. And I think that they would serve to complicate someone's first time fighting the Ender Dragon. Additionally, potions of slow fall make it so your bunny hops are weird. You don't run the same, you don't run jump the same, which might make them misjudge a jump and therefore fall off the edge. I think potions of slow fall are good for an experienced player, but not for a novice. I mean, I like it. I think that works. 5 stacks of chicken, there you go, dude. How's it going, Lukey? Also, remember when the dragon flies through the water, it will destroy the source blocks. That's a good point. I didn't know that. I've never done a water strat, so I can't offer advice there. So then, if that's true, then I would probably try to keep... then that definitely means that you bring 4 or 5 buckets with you. You place down 2 and make a infinite water source, and then you keep 2 in your inventory in case those first 2 are destroyed. You definitely bring 4 water buckets. If you get bumped into the void before you could pearl, yes, you're right. That's what the potions of slow fall are good for. But at the same time, they mess with your movement. And if it messes with your movement in a way that you're not prepared for because you're a novice player, you're a new player, then that could negatively affect you fighting the Enderman. They could negatively affect how, like, see, if I was, say, running and doing, like, a bunny hop, let's say, like, down a long stretch here, and I wanted to stop right here on this last block, well, I would misjudge the distance if I had slow fall because I would travel a little bit further. And then that might get me killed. So while the potions of slow fall would help protect me if I was knocked off, the slow fall potions might be the reason I fell off in the first place. And therefore, I think it's an unnecessary risk for a new player. Okay, so after this, we currently have temporary storage in place that gathers the bamboo, but we eventually want to add a water stream, which would then move that bamboo around and place it into a furnace array. And then if the furnace array is full, we want to send it into our storage system. Which, it might be better to put it into the storage system first and then to the furnace array second. I don't know. We'll just have to see what the furnace array looks like. We build the water stream last. I want the furnace array to mirror the enchanting room on the other side. And because enchanting rooms always have a set size, we build the enchanting room first and then the furnace array second.
So I think that's where we move to next. I think I need to get a bunch of bookshelves and an enchanting table. And a bunch more stone bricks. Is this 116? Nah, we're still in 115 too. I will update to 116 the moment it comes out officially. And then, and then we'll delete our nether. So that way we can explore all the new biomes and see all the new content. I'm looking for bookshelves. You see any bookshelves in there? I think we got plenty of books somewhere. At least we did. There's a bunch of books. There's a bunch of books. There's a bunch of books. How many bookshelves did we say we needed? Was it 15 or was it 25? It's got to be 15, right? Yeah, 15. Cool. Thank you both. 15. Thank you, 3 of you. Only 6? Damn, dude. My inventory is always such a disaster. Some more bookshelves. More bookshelves. Oh, 16. That's enough. I'm an idiot. We only needed 15. I don't know. Maybe 16 was nice. Did we make an enchanting table? I could have sworn we did. How me look? There's a spare beacon. We didn't make a spare. I thought we did. It's completely full. I was playing hardcore on 116 today and died because I couldn't hear the creeper because of a sound glitch. That's why I'm not playing in the patch. The pre-releases. They're just, you know, I just don't want to experience that. I don't want to experience like my world being deleted because of corruption, because of the new patch. I just don't. It's not fun. And like, especially from a streamer narrative. Imagine that you're a viewer and you've been watching from the very beginning. You've seen me build this world up. You've seen me put all these hours into and build a really cool, interesting, engaging world. And then all of a sudden I log in one day and I'm just like, that's it, guys. The world is gone because of corruption. And that's it. You're gonna feel so unresolved. You're gonna feel empty. You're gonna feel like the 9th season of Scrubs, like the 5th season of Dexter, the 9th season of Game of Thrones. It's gonna feel awful. What a terrible way to end a show. And to that end, I'm not gonna play snapshots in a real world. Enchanting table. No, definitely not. This stonecutter always throws me off. Is there anywhere else that we could have put it? It wouldn't be in here. That's just ore. This is just redstone-y things. That's just a shulker box we haven't bothered to organize. This is only nether blocks, which maybe we would put it in here. Because it's built out of obsidian. Nope, I did not see it. It takes some number of diamonds. New make backups? I mean, that's the issue with snapshots, though, is sometimes backups aren't enough. Sometimes whenever you create a world in a snapshot and then try to update to release when release happens, some bug inside the snapshot corrupts the world upon updating. Sometimes snapshots have such deep-seated problems that they just won't update. They just fail after a certain period of time. At least Scrubs got a proper ending first. That's true. Season 8's ending, like the end that they actually meant it to have, was such a good resolution to the show. Where JD is standing in front of the, the back of the poster, and then he walks through the hallway of memories, and then it turns out that they were just spoilers, but this show came out in, like, the 90s, so suck it up, chat room. The projector, he walked through the Hall of Memories, which basically had all of the old cast members, all of the greatest scenes. He was then having flashbacks, and then the projector projecting, like, his future life on the backside of the goodbye poster of, like, him getting married to Elliot, them having a kid, his future with Turk, like the way that was perfect. It was a perfect ending. And then they had to go and make season 9, which was garbage. Siren, hello, welcome to the stream, bud. I need more stone bricks. Do we have more stone bricks in there? I need to watch Dexter again. I mean, you can, but you know what's waiting for you. Him sailing off on a boat into, what was it, a hurricane? Oh, ridiculous. I don't know. I was not a fan of how Dexter season 1 was pretty cool. The problem with Dexter season 1 is it was basically the same format as, like, every other show that had a cool concept but nothing else. So they figured out a really neat idea, but then they had no idea what to do with it, so they just regurgitated that idea through, like, the first 2 or 3, well, really through the first 3 seasons, maybe 4. They were like, he's a murderer that only kills murderers. Oh yeah. And then that was it. That was the only idea that they had. So it was the same problem that House had as a TV show. It was like, he's a doctor. He's a rogue doctor that figures out the health problems that no one else can figure out. Yeah. Character development? What's that? I don't know. I haven't heard of such a thing. Interesting, unique plot developments? What are those? I don't know. But man, Do we have a cool idea that we've now used 30 times in the exact same way? Oh yeah, we did. So Dexter did that, House did that. A lot of shows do that. So then I think House, as an example, House graduated past that in a way that was interesting, especially whenever you look at when House checks into rehab. But with Dexter, what? He gets married and has a kid? And then, like, now he's struggling to keep up with his double life. But it's actually already a double life because he was already working at the police station as a forensics expert. So now he has a triple life? I think House moved past its one-dimensional character arcs into something that was interesting. I think that Dexter did not. Okay, anyway. The most ridiculous tangent of a story ever. The problem that I'm seeing with this I don't really like where we put our water. Because if our water goes somewhere else, then we can open into the enchanting room basically right here. Okay, before we do that, what's the spacing of an enchanting room? Okay, the space of the enchanting room is, let's just build us a platform here. It doesn't really matter. Enchanting table. It's more likely that zombies come from this direction, so I'm more comfortable putting my back this way. And you need to have a 1 block off gap, right? And so it's... This is basically what the room is. And then, even though I know that we only need 15... I mean, that's it, right? This is an enchanting table. Is there anything? Oh, we shouldn't have put those books up yet. Do I have to put lapis in it before I can even see the level? No. I want to make sure that this, yeah. We got level 30 there. And this is what? 5, 10, 16? This is 16 bookshelves? The corner ones count 2 if you want to push it back a block. What do you mean?
I get a message, I was checking on it. Echo, would you mind explaining what's going on with the wolves and skeletons? Why are there only skeletons and not only mobs? Oh, hey. I mean, it was already answered, but it's an AFK skeleton experience farm, or a skeleton grinder for short. So underneath this concrete slab right here is a skeleton spawner. Yeah, we've got inventory space. Skeleton spawner. You can imagine, you can see that the skeletons would fall into, you know, some water streams. They go into a little channel right here. And then from that channel, they would go up a bubble elevator across a little pathway here, and then they'll fall, taking a bunch of damage, leaving them at exactly 1 health, or half a heart. Wolves that are owned by the player then kill the skeleton, and because the wolves are owned by the player, the skeletons drop experience. And then this room is a little circular room, which is designed in a way that the experience can travel to the player no matter where the player is standing. Yep. It can travel to the player no matter where the player is standing, and the skeleton spawner is active no matter where the player is inside this room. So if I'm right here, experience can get to me, and the skeleton spawner is active. What if I'm standing right here? Same thing. What if I'm here at the fishing farm? Same thing. No matter which one of these farms I could be AFKing at, experience can reach me, and the skeleton spawner can be active. And that's why earlier, whenever we were talking about how long we've spent in this world, I said that my statistics of played time is really high. I haven't played 20 days in this world. I've probably played 10 days in this world, and then AFK'd for another 10 days. Eldon says he's still not sure if he's explaining it clearly. I think I know what you mean, but I want to test it first. And I can't use an axe to destroy these, or else I'll just get books and not the bookshelf. Can I make a AFK fish farm inside of my base, or does it have to be outside? It will be better if the bobber can be exposed to both the sky and rain, but it will still work even if it's completely underground. It'll just have less rates. So, yes, you can build it in your base, underground, blah blah blah. It'll just be slower. It will be faster if your bobber can get rained on, basically. When I put Silk Touch on your axe, it only affects bookshelves, and it hasn't been a problem literally up until now. So you said the corners would work. So are you saying that this could go another block back? No way. No, that doesn't work. Alright, can I build a wall around it? Oh, 100%. I strongly encourage you to build a wall around your AFK fish farms. You definitely don't want... I mean, you're AFK, right? What if a zombie walks up to you and kills you while you're AFK? That wouldn't be good. So, strongly encourage you to build a wall around it. The corner one will.
Oh. So you're saying but it doesn't work because this doesn't work because as soon as you place 2 more bookshelves here, 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 they're blocking it, right? That doesn't stop it anymore? Like, blocks don't stop in enchanting tables from seeing bookshelves? Because you used to be able to do this. What is your nearest death in this world? Dude, that is a great question. We have the clip of it. It happened very recently. Give me 2 seconds. I will grab the clip. Because it was kind of hilarious. Okay. I hit half a heart. Half a heart. And this is when it happened. I'm going to mute my stream, or mute the lo-fi real quick, because there's going to be lo-fi in this stream. Okay. So I was trying to show someone my villager breeder, and I was like, hey, let me glide through this hole here, this tiny hole, and then, so that way I could show them how many villagers I've got. So I take a running jump, try to glide through the hole.
No!
Fall in.
I did not want to fly in. This is a problem. Oh my god. We almost
catch
just
that?
died.
Did you catch that? So let me watch this again in slow motion. So when we're going to mute it, I'm going to slow this down a little bit. So I go to glide, I overshoot my glide, and I fall in with the villagers. Because the villager breeder has been running, they've been cramming to kill themselves. I take a bunch of cram damage, and with the cramming, I fall to 2.5 hearts, so 5 health. I fall to 5 health. I panic, and I do the correct thing because I don't have ender pearls on my bar, which was dumb of me. But I then, given the situation, I do the correct thing. I pull out my rockets and I start spamming rockets and jumping. Well, because I did that, I flew into a wall and took several points of damage. It's hard to say how much, but I took enough damage to trigger my Totem of Undying. Okay, that's no good. In my panic, and I don't blame myself for this, I'm still spamming rockets, trying to make sure that I get away from the cramming that's behind me. So then I end up slamming my face into a wall, which causes me to take some more absorption damage, but I don't land. I then go to 180 to try to land in the water stream while also getting my bearings to make sure I don't fall back in with the villagers. And as I spin, I slam into a wall again, burning through the rest of my absorption and setting myself down to half a heart. If it wasn't for Totems of Undying granting you exactly resistance, absorption, and regeneration, I would have died there. I go to heal first, but then I haven't taken any hunger yet, so my saturation's still high enough that I'm regenning. I always carry a second Totem of Undying in my inventory, so I go to pull it out and put it in my offhand, but in my panic high stress state, I close my inventory before I can place the totem, So I end up dropping my totem as I slowly slide forward to certain death. Immediately after the clip, though, I punch my way out. I then punch my way back in, grab the totem, and then leave safe and sound. Look at the Twitch section. That's what is meant with the books in corners. Oh, doing a pure corner-based build might be nice. We might not have to move anything if we do that, because then we could have it expand here into this corner, which would leave this area. We wouldn't have to move anything. Hell, I could probably put it, like, right here into the, like, the crux of this, which will make this area feel a lot more open. It'll kind of clean up how kind of janky, let me turn the music back on, how bizarre this intersection feels, because, you know, eventually there's going to be an exterior wall here, there's going to be some farms on this side scattered through, maybe some villagers for trading, blah, 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 right? But it's a very long pathway. And at the end, there's just a wall. And then we'll have to, like, zigzag and do that. That's just a little weird. But then if we use this corner enchanting table station, and, you know, we put the books in a fashion, like bookshelves like this, enchanting table right here, this then becomes open, and it kind of smooths out this transition, right? Instead of it being like a little S-bend, which is just a little whap, whap, that feels weird. Instead, it'll kind of be what it is now, and it'll be like a straight into just a diagonal. At Nims, did you build your own PC? And also, do you like PC building? Yeah, 100%. I've built my own computers and have built my own computers for the better part of 15 years. God, that makes me sound old. But yeah. Shit, dude, I'm about to be 30. When did I build my first computer? 16? Where did the years go? Yeah, 16 is when I built my first computer, so building computers for 14 years. Do I like PC building? It's a complicated question. It came up very recently because I actually just upgraded my PC, and I was doing PC building, which causes, I use a waterfall effect through the house. I use trickle down, but I actually follow through on my trickle down. So I have the most powerful computer in the house because obviously I work on computers and need a high-end computer for what we do. We have to, like we were talking about earlier, I have to be able to play a video game in high enough quality that I can then make content for it, and then I have to have enough processing power and video power left over to do something like stream or record. Okay, so we have to have a pretty robust computer, so I have the most powerful computer in the household. Whenever I upgrade my computer, the second computer gets all of my old hand-me-downs. And then, after enough time that I've been building computers, I then have a third computer because there were so many hand-me-downs. So then, the first computer gets an upgrade, so then the second computer gets an upgrade from the first computer's hand-me-downs. And then we have some second computer hand-me-downs, so those go to the third computer. And I'm now hitting a point in my life where I'm right about to have a fourth computer's worth of hand-me-downs. So I enjoy building computers when I know all the parts are good. However, if I am building a computer for the first time and it doesn't work, I'm immediately miserable. Because the process of trying to go through and go, well, shit, is it the CPU that's bad? Is it the motherboard that's bad? Is it the RAM that's bad? Did I just do something wrong? It just gets to be a tedious nightmare of a process. And because, you know, I'm an enthusiast builder and I'm not building for a living, I don't have spare parts to check against. If I have like an AM4 motherboard and an AM4 processor, which requires DDR4 memory, I have exactly one AM4 motherboard, one AM4 processor, and one set of DDR4 RAM. If it doesn't work, I don't have any others to test it with, to start swapping stuff out to figure out what the problem is. And that's the part that I find is miserable. Is if it doesn't work, figuring out what went wrong makes me so salty. Has been a good night of streaming. Thanks for the rant. Being a YouTube content creator earlier, that was fun, but now I'm going to bed. See you around. Uskal. Have a good night, man. I appreciate the kind words. I'm happy that you don't mind the rants because they are many. Quick question. I don't have one yet, but if I hook up a laptop to a TV, could I split Twitch stream video onto the TV and have chat onto the laptop? I think it depends if your laptop has integrated video or if it has a separate video card. That being said, I don't know that much about laptops. I don't own any laptops. So, well, that's not true. I own some 2005 laptop that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. My phone is more powerful than this laptop. My 5-year-old phone is more powerful than this laptop. It's literally first generation laptop. It's so old. So I don't own any laptops worth mentioning, so I can't answer your question in earnest. I don't know much about mobile processors or mobile graphics cards. I would say try it, see what happens. I wouldn't spend any money to do it yet, because I don't know if it works or not, but you have a TV at home, presumably, with an HDMI input, and if your laptop has an HDMI out, just hook it up and see what happens. How do you have 322 levels? I literally just answered this question, so I'm going to make this kind of quick. We have a skeleton experience grinder, so we have a skeleton spawner underneath this cobblestone slab right here. There's a skeleton spawner. Skeletons spawn, fall into some water streams, go up a tube, across a way, fall, taking a buttload of damage, leaving them at exactly 1 health. Wolves aggro skeletons by default, and because these wolves are owned by the player, when they kill the skeletons drop experience. Everywhere inside of this room allows the skeleton spawner to be active. Additionally, the experience can track to the player no matter where the player is inside of this room. So I just go AFK at something like, this is a fish farm. So I'll just go AFK at the fish farm, or a jack-o'-lantern carver, or a cobblestone generator, or an AFK tree farm. I just go AFK in this room and come back and I've got 100 levels. And, a couple of times doing that, and next thing I know, I've got 322 levels. Oh, did I misunderstand the question? Yeah, you can pop out a chat and have chat room on a different monitor. For sure. That part's for sure. If I misunderstood the question, I'm sorry. DDR4, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hey, out of curiosity, is Kodak still here? Is he still in the stream? How do I? Yes, you misunderstood, but I'm used to it. I did my best. And my answer still worked, just not quite in the way that I intended. I have no idea how big this room needs to be. And how far into the room would we want the things? It doesn't look like he's here? Okay. Bummer. He had asked about how D&D went last night. I was interested in telling him. It was fun in a miserable way. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. And I want to choose my words carefully here because I'm so appreciative of our DM. He's a very cool dude, and he's a really good DM. He just has one rule that I don't like. And I don't like that rule so much that it makes me only want to play exactly one character in his campaign. So specifically, make sure that I answered everything else in chat. Okay, yeah, I think I caught up with everything in chat. Specifically, he uses a fumble chart. So, if you're familiar with the concept of D&D, you roll, for basically everything that you do in the game, you roll a 20-sided die, or a D20 for short. To represent a critical hit, if you roll a natural 20, so normally you have some abilities or you can, say I asked you to jump over a small gap, right? So say I asked you to jump like this, okay? That's not a hard jump, but it's not particularly easy either. To represent the difficulty of the jump, you would assign a difficulty challenge, or DC, to how hard this jump is. When the player then says that they want to make the jump, they roll a 20-sided die, or a D20, and if they roll higher than what you said the DC is, then they succeed at the jump. If they roll lower, they fail. What if your player is like an Olympic hurdler, so they're really good at jumping? Just rolling a dice doesn't represent that person's natural ability at jumping. So then you have modifiers that make it better. So a very obese person that has never exercised in their life would be very bad at jumping, so he might have a negative modifier. And a person that is an Olympic hurdler is very good at jumping, and therefore they would have a very high positive modifier. What would happen if you roll a natural 20, so the highest that the dice can go? Well, you would call that a critical success, or a critical hit, or whatever. And usually, you then succeed in a spectacular way. So inside of this example of jumping, I don't think that there's a spectacular way to succeed at a jump. But other things in the game, like say you're making an attack against somebody, you would do a critical hit if you rolled a natural 20. However, there's a rule. There is, what if you miss? What if you roll a natural 1? There is no rule that says that you need to fail spectacularly. But there is an optional rule that some people choose to use. And that is the critical failure. So if you can have a critical success, those people argue that you can have a critical failure. They then make, if critical successes are succeeding in a spectacular way, so say you do double damage, that's pretty spectacular. Double damage is a lot. Or if you're trying to make an ability check, so say you're talking to a shopkeep and you're like, hey, instead of selling me that item, you should just give it to me for free. Or maybe that's a bad example. Instead of selling me for 100 gold, you should sell it to me for 80 gold. And then let's say you critically success to haggle him. And he's like, you know what? I'll even do you better than 80 gold. And then he offers it to you for 50. That's the sort of thing that like a critical success would do. Well, what happens in a critical failure? You need to fail in a spectacular way. That's what these people argue. The problem with this is the way that they determine critical failures. You don't just miss. So specifically inside of combat, you don't just miss when you critically fail. You usually do an insane amount of damage to yourself. You usually hurt yourself somehow. Roughly representative of critically striking yourself. So it's not quite double damage, but that's what it's representative of. That's how it's balanced for these critical failures. The problem with this is it heavily punishes people that make more than one attack in a round. So if you think that you only make one attack a round and you have a 20-sided die, then your odds of rolling a natural 1 are 5%. It's a 20-sided die, and you have one negative outcome, so you have a 1 in 20 chance, therefore 5%. Except when you attack multiple times. Like almost every single freaking character in D&D eventually does. Almost every single character, with few exceptions, grows in a way, the way that they become more powerful is they start to be able, they can eventually attack multiple times per combat. Yeah, I'll do this. I think we want this back one more. Well, if you attack multiple times per combat, that means that your likelihood of rolling a natural 1 in a single round of combat is now much higher. Each time each time you add another set of attacks per round, the likelihood of rolling a natural 1 is going to go up. Each time you roll, it's a 5%. So if you attack, if you attack 4 times in a round, like some people do, then you're having a 5% 4 times, which is going to be something like, how do those odds work? It's not 20% chance, because things aren't additive like that. But it's not a chance of rolling 4 ones. You only need to roll 1 1 out of 4. Is it 20%? I don't know. I don't know how those odds work. I don't know what the actual percentage is, but we can agree that it's higher, because all you need to do is in 4 chances roll a 1 instead of in 1 chance roll a 1. So it's much higher. We can agree on that. I don't know what the exact number is. So you really in campaigns where you have one of these critical fail charts, or fumble charts as they're known. I shouldn't have placed this one. It heavily punishes any class that attacks multiple times in a single round. That's huge. That is so much space. It's kind of obnoxious. I want it because I was trying to think, like, we're going to have a wall here, right? And this is going to be a big old wall. And how would I want this room to open up? Like that? To have some like negative space behind it, I thought would be kind of nice. I like the idea of this being an exterior door, so I don't want to move it over here any further. But this seems like such a large area. It seems awkward, right? Krakatoa? See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out, my dude. Finishing the D&D story. It hugely punishes people that attack multiple times in a round. Attacking once in a round, it's not that bad. You're just dealing with the 5% chance. Attacking multiple times in a round, you're dealing with a 5% chance 4 times. Like, I mean, imagine if you had a button that every time you push the button, you had a 95% chance of getting $1,000 or something like that, right? $10,000. But a 5% chance of, like, you shoot yourself in the stomach. Not fatal, but it's gonna be a miserable experience. Okay? $10,000 on a 95% chance, or 5% chance to have somebody shoot you in the stomach. Pushing the button once doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I mean, make no mistake, like, God, in real life, those odds are still way too steep. But for video game odds, or D&D odds, those are fine. Those are fine odds in a video game. The Bean Lord has achieved all new power. Dude, you did. There were some fat gifted subs. I mean, just look at the top of the chat. 61 and 26 gifted subs. That's wild, dude. So like a 95% chance to get $10,000 and 5% chance to get shot in the stomach. Those odds are not good for real life. But video game odds, those are perfectly fine. But the problem happens when you then are forced to take those odds multiple times. That's when it gets dangerous. That's whenever it becomes a miserable game experience. And there are only a couple of classes that attack once. And then there are a couple of classes that don't even use attacks. They use like spells. so that way they don't risk the fumble chart. Last night, in only like 4 rounds of combat, I rolled 2 natural ones in 2 different rounds. Unlucky, for sure, that I hit bad odds there. But my play experience was not better because of it. It didn't make the story, in my opinion, and like I'm trying to be respectful to my DM's campaign because he has a really great world. I really like his world. And like he's done such a wonderful job of building it and setting it up and everything. So in my opinion, it did not enhance my play experience. It did not make for a better story. It didn't nothing. And that's a DM. He's the person that controls the world. So in D&D, you usually have a number of players. So usually, I would say 3 to 5 party members. And then you have 1 additional person who is responsible for creating the world and then telling the story. He's kind of like the narrator. So he creates the bad guys, he then plays the bad guys. Every character, every like NPC of the world, they write the story for. Let's see what this looks like. They write the story for all the NPCs. It's their world. They're effectively God. They control and dictate everything. And then you play through it. You play through this world that they've created as if it were a video game. Kind of. This is what I'm thinking. Yeah, this feels a little better. I think we go with this. Look up and watch Critical Role. Matthew Mercer is a great example as DM. Matthew Mercer is like the pinnacle. He's the GOAT, dude. Matthew Mercer is what Tom Brady is the football. Matthew Mercer is the DMing. So, the GOAT. The absolute GOAT. Greatest of all time. Now... So it's interesting because right at the beginning of the stream, Codex asked how we were right in the middle of like a complicated subject or the complicated explanation of what it's like to be a content creator and answering questions relating to that. Yeah, hi, Gareth. I figured. So I really wanted to get to his question, but I just... the surrounding conversations were so complicated that it just didn't happen. Anyway. So in 5 rounds of combat, 2 of my rounds of combat were destroyed, and resulted in my character almost dying for what should have been... It shouldn't have been difficult, but it shouldn't have been simple, but it shouldn't have been... It was a fight that we were designed to win at, reasonable challenge. So, it's fighting the Ender Dragon with a full set of diamond armor. No enchants, but like you have a bow, you've got your diamond armor. It's a reasonable challenge for your skill level. And that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a reasonable challenge for our skill level. And I know for a fact that our DM God, the person narrating the story, fudged a bunch, not just one, but he fudged a bunch of rolls, and we should have died. it should have been a TPK representing total party kill, or all of our characters should have been permanently dead forever. And then we start a new campaign. That's what should have happened last night. But our DM basically did the equivalent of like, we were losing this fight, and he's just like, oh, hey, well, suddenly the fight just got easier in the middle of you guys doing it. That's what he did. Would you call yourself an influencer? In the dictionary definition, you know what? I'm not even going to split hairs. 100%. I'm an influencer. 100%. I don't know if I don't like that title. I don't like the connotation. But we live in a real world, and I need to be objective and truthful with myself, and objective and truthful with the stream. And 100%, I am an influencer. If I say something in stream, I guarantee things that I have said, people have regurgitated, have echoed in conversations that I was not part of. I guarantee that that's happened. That act, it means that I have influenced that person. So I have literally influenced them. If I have a political opinion that I state, if I don't choose my words carefully enough, if I state a political opinion, I might sway someone to see a perspective that's influencing them in a literal definition. Yes, 100%, I am an influencer. Now, do I like the title? No. I wish that it was, how do I say it? Do I wish it were different? Yeah, I would like to do this. I would like to be a streamer. I would like to engage with a large amount of people. I enjoy this. But do I wish I could do this in a way that didn't influence people? Yeah. Is that possible? No, never. Even if I were the biggest meme streamer and the biggest, you would still be an influencer. You would just be influencing types of humor and jokes. And you're just influencing them in a different way. So I am largely okay with the type or style of influencer that I am, because I like that I over-explain things, because I think that forces people to think about things analytically. It forces people to take a beat, to slow down and question their reasonings for believing the things that they believe. And if I am going to literally influence people, then hey, at least maybe I could try to do it in a way that promotes critical thinking under the guise of video games. You influence my blood pressure when I yell at you what to do. Well played, sir. How much does the sugarcane farm produce? Not a lot. The rates of this are pretty slow. Actually, that's more than I expected. I think we started with just about 3 stacks. So, in the duration of this stream, which looks to be about 4 hours, it looks like it's made about 5 stacks. Maybe a little bit less than that, because I'm pretty sure there were some odds in there. So maybe a stack an hour would probably be my guess. You know, just generously rounding here.
I did find it funny. I'm thinking about how... Okay, so if this is... I mean, this is clearly the enchanting room, right? That's level 30. I really appreciate that screenshot, Bradley, because this, I feel like this opened up the world a lot. Because I was just going to build a traditional, like, cubby-style room, which was going to feel like a closet. And instead of it feeling like a closet, now you've given us... You have just shown me, like, an open living space or an open living plan, and I really like it. So... well played, sir. So what do we do here? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's basically a 5x5 platform. So let's get, before we go into the other side, let's take our Silk Touch pickaxe, do that. We do this and pop that guy out. I don't care that we lost the block. We put that back in. And our first bit of hidden lighting. Well played. Can you do zero tick farms? I mean, yes, I'm capable. I've built many. I don't like zero tick farms, and I'm not just... Everyone in chat that's watched me for longer than a month can confirm this. I don't like zero tick farms, and I don't like quasi connectivity. I don't like TNT duping, because I believe that they're all bugs, that they're all glitches, that are currently being exploited, and they should be patched out of the game. They should be removed, and they should not be used anymore. Because I believe that they're bugs, glitches, and exploits, I don't use them. So yes, I can build zero ticks. Yes, I understand how it works. Yes, I am capable of doing it. I refuse to build them in any setting that's not just like a meme, or like just understanding the mechanic, but I won't build them for real. Enchantment table gives off light anyway, but it doesn't give off that much light, does it? That pumpkin was useless? What is the light of an enchanting table? No way that enchanting tables give off a light level of 15. Put a shulker or a chest in the ground at the corner for lapis and books. We'll come back to it later. I mean, I think that this is acceptable for now. Because I mean, it's good. It's not done. I shouldn't say it's good. But all we need it for in the short term is just placeholders. We need it to get a sense of scale, so that way we can build other things. And we said what? A 5x5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this room is going to be the same size with the same conditions, but instead of it being... we need to go make a bunch of furnaces. Enchanting tables emit a light level of 12, Bedrock Edition only. Look at that. So my pumpkin was not wasted. There's no way that we have a bunch of extra furnaces hanging out. Oh, we do have a bunch of extra furnaces hanging out. They're down here. What up, furnaces? So here's kind of the question. How automated do we want this to be? Do we want this to be so automated that we have do we want this to be so automated that we have the items added? I don't know how to phrase this. So we have furnaces have 3 inputs, or 3 interactive areas rather. You can place a hopper below a furnace, and this will pull from the completed item out. You can place a furnace into any of the sides, which I will represent with just 1 hopper on the side. And then this places items in the to smelt area, the unfinished item. And then furnaces can have a hopper into the top, and this is fuel, I believe. Okay, no, I'm backwards. Fuel is on the side, unfinished items are on the top. So, still. Yeah, fuel is from the side, unfinished items are on the top. Yeah. So this is fuel, unfinished items, completed items. Also loving the Bean Lord statue. What up? If we think that we want this room to be comparable in size, then so let's just go ahead and start getting something in place here. Maybe something will jump out at me. What's the biggest farm you've made? Thinking. All the farms that I build are largely designed, I shouldn't say largely, are designed to be a reasonable thing for the everyman, for the every player to make in a normal Minecraft world. Because of that, I don't build ridiculously huge things. There's very few things that you need a ridiculously huge farm for. I'm trying to think of something that like a normal player needs a huge farm for. And like, I wouldn't say anything that I've built here is huge. I would say it's medium at best. Like the pumpkin farm in this world is probably the biggest thing that we've built. The biggest singular thing that we've built, and I wouldn't consider that huge. Probably the biggest thing that I've built is a flying machine-based sugarcane farm, but I built that for perfect block efficiency and not because of size. I was trying to tease out what the best efficiency of rates are, and ended up I can show you what it is, and it's not even that big. It's, well, both of these two, but this one specifically, and it's not even that big, dude. So like, and this is a bamboo or sugarcane farm. Or technically it does cactus too. It would just be kind of ridiculous to put cactus in a farm like this when there are so much better farms. So like, this is probably the biggest that I built, and this thing gives you like hundreds of, if not thousands of, I haven't checked the rates because I haven't gotten to a point where I would need to do that. But this farm gives you hundreds of, maybe thousands of sugarcane per hour. I don't know why you need more sugarcane than that. Even the most ridiculous, nah, that's just insane. Sugarcane for trading, you spend 1 hour in your world, and you're already gonna have more sugarcane than you could trade to a villager because of the way that trade windows line up now, and how you have to wait for them, even if it's in their work hours, how you have to wait for them to visit their workstation and blah 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 blah. And then if you have multiple paper-based villagers to sell to, then you have to account for travel time even between those villagers, restocking your paper inventory, because again, and this is assuming that you haven't done any zombie conversions, which if we're talking about selling things to villagers, you should definitely be doing zombie conversions, because that's better, that's healthier for your Minecraft world to convert them to zombie and back a couple of times and thus make their trades super cheap, rather than building a bigger farm. Because a bigger farm is going to make your world laggy. Converting a villager to a zombie 3-4 times, so that way it's 1 paper per emerald, it takes you a little bit of time, but your world is healthier for it. There's no lag caused by that. So, I don't know. That sugarcane farm might be the biggest thing that I've built. Alternatively, real fast, maybe the tree farm might be one of the biggest things that I've made, or a 6, is this even 6 layers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 5-layer pumpkin melon farm. Yeah, I just don't build gigantic like that. I don't see a reason to. Okay, withdrawal. The reason to build gigantic like that is for the clickbait. But in actual play, nah, there's absolutely no reason to build that way. I would say that would be extremely wasteful, destroying cactus instead of collecting it. Well, I mean, the cactus would pop off, and thus you would still be able to collect it. It's just not a very effective way of doing it. Zombie conversions do not work on Bedrock. I personally tested it several times. Zombie conversions should only work once, and even then, I feel like it's too strong. But so, back to our original question. How automated do we want this furnace situation to be? And then I said, we're going to emulate this room. Which means we go so this is what the wall should be like, with a proper interior wall, something like that. And another proper interior wall, something like this. If you count all the farms in your base as part of a all-in-one farm, you could say that your entire base is your biggest farm. That's I actually kind of like that point because it is, and that's true. This structure that we've built here, almost everything is interconnected in a way. Some of the ways it requires the player to interact with. So as an example, so as a singular build that like both work with the player that don't interact with each other. I don't know, there might be two things here. The Darkroom mob farm spawns witches. Witches have I think it's like a 17% chance, or a 16.6666 chance of spawning or of dropping a glass bottle. We then collect all drops from the entire Darkroom mob farm, which is what this hopper minecart is. This is what the hopper minecart's doing here. It's collecting all the items from the entire mob farm, which then puts them into a dropper, which then drops them up a bubble elevator. Up the bubble elevator they go. Trying to think about how I get up there. Yeah, we'll just fly. Splat. Up a bubble elevator into this position. The bubble vader then runs through a series of item filters all around the exterior of this room, filtering gunpowder, glowstone dust, redstone, not honey bottles, we'll come back to that, ender pearls, glass bottles, rotten flesh string, and spider eyes. If it's none of those items, it gets destroyed. Okie dokie. So now that we have the Darkroom mob farm with a collection system and item sorting and storage system, we then have an item overflow. Well, I don't want to say it's item overflow. We then have a minimum glass bottle detection. So we basically have some fancy redstone in this area right here that says inside of this double chest, which stores glass bottles, always keep, call it 4 stacks. Keep around 4 stacks. So it's 3 stacks plus 54. Keep 3 stacks plus 54. If you have more glass bottles than that, send them away. Okay, well, what do we do with the glass bottles when we send them away? And this is all interconnected, and it happens all automatically. So yeah, this is definitely the most complicated thing that we've built. So now that we send them away, the first thing that we do is we split them evenly into 2 different streams of items, which is why we have a double chest with some fancy redstone behind it, 2 outputs on the double chest, which you can see here that the hoppers are facing opposite directions. We then drop the 2 streams of glass bottles into we drop the 2 different glass bottles into 2 different streams of bubble vaders. Which are this kind of tube here and this tube here. What we do then is we run them into another splitter. So we took 1 flow of glass bottles and turned it into 2. So here's 1 and 2. And then we took 2 flows of glass bottles and turned it into 4. Now, the glass bottles, which originated from a Witch in the Darkroom farm, go into 4 different chests, 4 different storage systems for glass bottles to be used in a honey farm. The honey farm is actually a honey combo farm. It's a produce honey combo farm that farms honey, potatoes, and carrots all simultaneously with a great synergy. Because bees become pollinated, they become covered in pollen, and then as they fly through the area, the pollen drops off the bees, which you can see it happening here. And I think my particle effects might be... I'm not seeing the particles. Maybe it's because we're behind glass or something and the particles just aren't triggering. Anyway, the pollen drips off the bees and it acts like bone meal, rapidly growing the potatoes or carrots respectively. So it's a combo farm that also has a great synergy. We'll come back to the potatoes and carrots in a minute. So then, and again, we're really just following the journey of the glass bottle right now. It started in the inventory of a witch in the Darkroom Mob Farm, fell down, was collected, ran through a filter. The filter had an overflow check on it, and then we took the overflow glass bottles and split it into 2. Then we split the 2 into 4. Then the 4 different streams go into 4 different bee farms, which are 4 combo honey produce farms. Now our glass bottles have been converted into honey bottles. Those honey bottles are then deposited into a new bubble stream, which goes up. And this is just one build so far. All of this is connected and it all happens 100% automatically. So those honey bottles then go into a new bubble stream, into a new tube, and they come over here, drop down a little bit, and you remember that water stream that we did earlier? Well, the honey bottles get added into the same water stream, into the same set of filters, which I really can't look at because it's such a tight space. There's no way that that wasn't spawning monsters, by the way. That was definitely dark enough to spawn monsters. Yeah, here's the back of the filters. And here's the honey filter. So then the honey bottles are then added into the item filter storage room here. And this is the ending place for all of our glass bottles. Kind of. Then we pull the honey bottles out, we convert them into honey blocks. Well, now we have honey blocks, and we now have 32 glass bottles, and you know, if we did this for all of our honey bottles, it would continue, we would have way more. So then we would quickly add the glass bottles into this large chest, and you can see here that they're quickly counting down. That's because they're getting added back in to the supply for the honey farm. And then it stops at 3 stacks plus 54. This is probably the biggest singular build I've done. Everything is directly related. And we haven't even come back to the potatoes and carrots yet. So since this is a combo farm, this is also one build. I would make that argument. The potatoes and the carrots are part of one build. So this is a villager-based produce farm. Pretty simple here. We take the output. Oh God, it's so hard to fly. How do we move those? I don't remember. Oh, that's right. The potatoes and the carrots go underneath everything, so deep underground, and then they pop up, feeding into the storage system here. So here's all of our carrots from the carrot farm, and here's all of the potatoes from the potato farm. These are positioned in a way that they are literally, 4 blocks away? I can reach here. I can almost reach the villager and the storage chest at the same time. like literally a block apart. If I'm standing on this block, I can reach the villager. I go 1 block over. 2 blocks over, I can reach the storage chest. Oh, hey, no, it is 1 block. Here I can reach the villager. Here I can reach the storage chest. So they are literally 1 block apart. And then I can sell all of those potatoes and carrots to 2 farmers for emeralds. If you wanted to split hairs, we could then say that this is part of another build. The Venn diagram of overlaps continues, because these villagers will also buy pumpkins and melons, and we have also gone out of our way to create a supply of pumpkins and a supply of melons that is very nearby to these farmers. So then you might argue that the pumpkins and the pumpkin melon farm is also part of this one redstone build. Even though it's not one build anymore, there's a player interaction between the potatoes, carrots getting to a villager, and then a villager being the interaction between the potatoes, carrots, and the pumpkins, melons. So there is a player interaction there. But they've all been built in a way that it's as efficient of a player interaction as reasonably possible. So then you could make the argument that the pumpkin and melon farm is part of that build as well, because you need the pumpkins and melons to also sell to the villagers, to also get more emeralds, to also blah 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 blah, right? And then if you're including the if you're including the pumpkin and melon design as being part of that build, well, the pumpkin melon farm is part of a lot of things. Not only does it supply pumpkins and melons, but it also supplies bone meal. So we have over here, you can see kind of some fancy filters to separate the pumpkins and melons out from each other. But then we take the overflow and we turn it into bone meal. The bone meal gets placed into a chest here. So there's a storage system for bone meal if we want something to do with it. But then we also have the tree farm that needs a bunch of bone meal. And all of that's over here. Bree, what up, man? Welcome to the stream. The bone meal that we generate from the pumpkin melon farm is supplemented with the bone meal that we produce by converting poppies from the iron golem farm. So you might also say that the iron golem farm is part of the pumpkin melon farm, which is also part of the carrot potato farm, which is also part of the bee farm, and the bee farm is definitely part of the dark room mob farm. And so now we have a reason for bone meal to exist, or now we have all of this bone meal, and then we pump it into both the tree farm, and we will pump it into the nano farm. And then you absolutely make the argument, the tree farm 100% is a part of the AFK roam, where we AFK grind skeletons for experience and rewards. So then the tree farm is absolutely part of the same redstone build as the skeleton grinder, as the fish farm, as the nano farm, as the pumpkin carver, as the netherwort farm, as the concrete converter, and the cobblestone farm, because they're all part of the same concept. They're all part of the same AFK room build. And then you could make a bunch of arguments that, like, again, the pumpkin carver, as an example, requires the pumpkin farm to exist. Where else are you getting all the pumpkins? I mean, on and on and on the list goes. So it all goes super deep. The fishing farm provides, like, leather, which we then are going to be using the leather to make enchanted books. And then those enchanted, the books we are going to be selling to villagers for, well, actually not this villager. We need to get a librarian, but still my point stands. You'll use the the leather plus sugarcane to make books. So then you could make the argument that the sugarcane is part of the fish farm, and the fish farm's part of the AFK farm, or the AFK room, and the AFK room is part of the tree farm, which is part of the pumpkin, melon, and iron golem farms. And then because the pumpkin melon farm could be argued to be part of the potato carrot farm, which is definitely part of the honey farm, and the honey farm is definitely part of the dark room mob farm. I think I've answered your question. I think I like Eldon's answer there. This is probably, we have put so much effort into making sure that everything connects and works with everything else, that this singular thing, while being a bunch of individual parts, a bunch of individual builds, is so interconnected and so synergistic that this is probably one big build. I think that you could make that argument. And I think that answers your question, Toads. And I think that's a nice spot to end the stream. We have a little bit more work that we need to do. We need to get the furnace farm set up, or the furnace array set up. We need to, and then once we get that set up, we can set up the enchanting rooms and finish those and build a bunch of hallways and do a bunch of all the other stuff. But I do think that gives us a nice, clean stopping point for me to go make dinner. I'm gonna make some wings tonight, chat room. I'm gonna make homemade buffalo honey barbecue wings. I'm making 2 batches. It's gonna be amazing. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button. We got a bunch of new follows today. And lastly, I want to give a huge shout out to Christopher, who dropped like $350 on the stream today. It was wild, dude. He did 26 gifted subs and a $125 donation. No, it was $225 of donations. Also shouting out Eyebrows, who did $50 freaking dollars in bits, which really should be considered like $70 in bits, because bits are expensive. You have to buy them outright and blah, 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 right? And just while we're on this same page, giving people shout outs, already Al gifted 61 subs. That's $300 in subs yesterday. Absolutely wild. And then Sidebar Troll also threw, I think it was like $60 our way as well. 70. No, I'm scrolling down. It was like $70. Just absolutely insane. Gareth Lore redeemed Hydrate. I got one right here for the road. Cheers, man. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And thank you so much to the people that love and support the stream. You guys are wonderful. I will see you. You know, honestly, I might see you later tonight for a subscribers only stream. If I don't see you tonight, I will definitely see you tomorrow. Have a good night, chat room.